it to them before the meeting starts at 9 o'clock.
Maybe next time.
Whatever you're comfortable with.
So you probably took notes already.
Oh, yeah.
So you wouldn't forget.
Well, you
Because
need
it
to
gets
speak
stressed
from,
out.
well, it's okay. You just,
Good morning.
you don't even need 3 minutes. You can go up there and say, I'm a concerned citizen.
Thank you so much.
Here's the issue, right? They're people just like us.
Cool, man.
They're not people like us.
Are you kidding me?
They're aliens.
We're ready? Okay, it must be 9 o'clock. It's 9 o'clock somewhere. Here, I'll take it. Thank you.
9
Thank you.
o'clock somewhere.
All right, thank you, Gail. Good morning. I'd like to call the Board of County Commissioners meeting to order on the last day of our fiscal year, June 29th, 2022. Please join us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Anyone that does want to make public comments this morning, please know that you need to turn in a yellow sheet or a blue sheet with your name, address on it. And if you haven't turned it in yet, you can turn it in after you speak. But do need it for our permanent record. So we'll start with our citizen input. Thank you so much for joining us today. The first person I have is Gail Weber. Gail, you will have 3 minutes, and I believe you should be able to see the clock. But that isn't working. Okay, the clock up there. Okay, yours is working over there. Okay, this one is just a little blank.
For the same subject?
What?
So I'm Bob Burtis, and she was reading something.
Okay.
Can I go?
Sure, Bob.
So I'm Bob Burtis, and I live on Obsidian Avenue, and what we're talking about is a neighborhood of Somerset area and Arrowhead and surrounding properties, residential of 100 properties. What's being proposed is one of the largest, up to 12-bedroom drug rehab residential facilities. The property was bought in November of 2021 by Marvin Ament, his trust. In January, it was advertised as Northwest Addiction Treatment Center by owner Michael Ament. And then recently, in mid-June, has been applied for multiple permits through the county for commercial use change for making 5 bedrooms into putting in partitions, sprinklers, putting in a driveway that meets commercial standards, septic tank, and that's, really what's being proposed. We have no background or knowledge of this person's operation in mental health, their experience. As I know, there's nothing that's been submitted to the state as far as who would be the workers for the health, any inspections of the facility for the kitchen, state requirements for running this kind of an establishment. We have talked to the county. They've been very helpful of kind of where this can fall as a residential facility. But we are very concerned on this approach and how it's being done. And also the permits that are being requested are really for commercial use. And just a sidebar, not my knowledge, but as you look at, say, the building change to partitions, do you now still meet the residential requirements of each bedroom has to have a window for escape, for, fire codes, things like that? Are you changing this totally really to a commercial building and ignoring residential codes?
Thank you.
Thank
Thank you
you.
very much. Thank you for testifying this morning. I'll next call John Hayes.
Hello, I'm a resident on Somerset. I've been at the community for a little over 3 years now. We and my wife, who's not here today, came to this community in this area to
have a certain lifestyle, certain area to be. And we just really want to continue. That's what we bought into. That's financially what we set for this community. And we're seeing something come in that's, could be financially, it could be more downgrading of property values and just values of what the community is developed on. It was a horse community, it was a little farming communities. It was not ever designed to be a institution or a place for an institution to be put. I just am opposed to anything that would degrade our way of life, having people come in and out that we don't know, that aren't part of our community, and having to deal with stuff that goes along with bringing institutional facilities into our area. And that's all I have.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, John. Thank you for coming in this morning. Gail Weber, are you ready to testify now?
Yes, I am. My name is Gail Weber. I live at 61638 Somerset Drive with my husband Jim Weber, who's also here. We've lived here for 6 years, and we are directly across the street from the property at 61667 where the rehab facility is being proposed. There is a covenant and restriction that has been recorded against all of the properties in the Somerset development. It talks about an architectural control committee, which has to give consent for certain things. There's also restrictions that have been recorded against our property, and I'm assuming against others in the development. It says no residence other than a single-family dwelling for private use may be constructed on any lot. There's also a prohibition against guest houses. So we've just learned about this recently. We're doing whatever research we can to understand how we can enforce these covenants, but we do believe that the proposed facility would be in violation of the recorded CC&Rs. Thank you.
No, thank you for your testimony, Gail. Jim Weber, would you care to? Oh, yes. Thank you.
My name is Jim Weber. I'm fortunate to be married to Gail and unfortunate to be across the street from this house that's apparently having a change in its zoning. My biggest concern is the lack of transparency. We learned about this 1 week ago. The person who is in charge of this across the street has talked to none of the neighbors. There's been no notification. And we live in a residential area that you've heard is just, everybody's got 5 acres, 2.5 acres. It's bucolic area. We've got a certain lifestyle. We've got goats next door. We've got horses on the other side. And this is going to completely ruin the atmosphere of our neighborhood. And I understand there are certain laws that allow addiction centers to be built, but that's only if they are certified and licensed. And my understanding at this point is that that is not the case. So this should be stopped immediately. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Thank you for your testimony this morning. Priscilla Addy?
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
My name is Priscilla Addy, and I live on Obsidian Avenue in Bend. I would like to express my opposition to the Northwest Addiction Treatment Center. It's being proposed at 61667 Somerset Drive in Bend. Firstly, I believe there's a safety issue concerning having this in a residential area. There are many children in the area, and I think that really needs to be addressed. We were not informed of this. There's been no community input, and it's kind of just been, all of a sudden permits are being, applied for. Firstly, I would like to say in a letter to Krista Appleby at Deschutes County Community Development, Mr. Gary Holbrook, he is an HD of HD Architecture, made a false statement claiming that this property was recently used as a youth guest ranch with mental health treatment. He is a representative for the owner, Michael Ament. According to the Fenneys, who live in the property directly south of said property, they say that is not the case. It was always a family residence. So wherever Mr. Holbrook got his information, it's very misleading and misrepresented. Now, one other thing I would like to say, to have a facility like this in our community where there's no public transportation, no health care, no library, no access to jobs, it's really not for our area. And I just would like to put that on the record for that. We're opposed to that, my husband and I.
Thank you, Priscilla,
Thank you.
for
Thank you
testifying
very much.
this morning. Erin Clifford?
Good morning. My name is Erin Clifford, and I am here because of my parents who live at 61633 Somerset. So they live right next door to the property in question. And we accidentally found out about this because someone next door was checking the mail and they had our mail. So we asked questions when he dropped by. Lo and behold, to find out that this was going to be in a addiction center for treatment. So we're very alarmed about that. We're very concerned about the safety of ourselves and our community, for the young people, and for we have a lot of retirees as well. And when you have people with addictions, if they get out of control, we feel like our safety is in jeopardy. The thought of things being stolen. I'm visiting my folks right now. I live in California, but when I'm not there, I'm very concerned about their well-being. You have to lock everything up, and then just feeling secure in the evening. If someone gets out of control and they're looking for to find money for drugs and that kind of a thing, that just rips me apart. So I do not feel like this is a place for a rehab house at all. It's a great, tight-knit residential community. And I don't feel like it's a safe place for that to be in our community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Erin, for your testimony. Linda Finney?
Hello. So I just wanted to let you know that I agree with what everyone has said. When we accidentally found out about this, we were appalled. And we have known it has been strange because since the property was sold, it's been sort of a car here, a car there, somebody working here, somebody working there, but nobody has been friendly or how are you, or we're going to live here. And we live in an area where people are like that. They are caring, they look out for each other. And this will be really bad if this comes in. And it's also really scary to us that they're lying in the stuff that they're telling people to begin with about the fact that it was previously used for a mental health situation, which it never was. We've lived there, we built our house there on that property. We've been there since '95. And there have been 3 families in that home. We've known them all. They've all been very nice. They've all been families, and that's it. They've had animals, but that's why we're there, because you can. So it's a lovely spot, and it's not a place for a business of that sort. That they should be put in the medical community somewhere. They should not be put in a residence where the people are trying to live a nice, happy life without interference. And the people that I've known several folks that worked with drug addicts, and they said, you know, when you're in a situation like that, they decide they don't want to stay, they just walk out, they go to somebody's property, steal what they want to steal, go buy more heroin or whatever they want with that, because they're not always there because they want to be there. And so she said, you worry about things being stolen, you worry about your health, you worry about them attacking you if you aren't giving them what they want. There's all kinds of side effects. And of course, these folks are saying that there will be someone there all the time. Well, we know that that's questionable. It could be that they're there, but if they're there, what are they doing? Are they watching the folks? Are they making sure they're not leaving? Probably not. You don't know that. And it's not a place for residents. These folks in our area, the Somerset, the whole area, they're all lovely family people, and they should be allowed to be that way. So we really appreciate your consideration. Thank you. Oh, good.
Thank you.
Under time.
Very much.
Thank you, Linda, for your testimony. Scott Wyden?
Hi there, my name is Scott Nyden. I live at 21825 Obsidian Avenue, which is just a few properties down from the facility that's being discussed here so far. I also want to voice my opposition for the potential use of this type of a facility in this location. I also want to state that it makes me feel very good to be a member of a community that would rally around opposition to such a facility being located in our neighborhood. No doubt there is need for addiction treatment services throughout the communities. However, we certainly feel strongly opposed to the location of this in our neighborhood for a variety of reasons. One of the things I want to point out is that that particular property is zoned MUA 10, multiple use agriculture. And at the very beginning of county code, specifically regarding the purpose of multiple use agriculture properties, I'd like to simply just read specifically what it states MUA 10 properties, the purpose of those zoned lands are for. The purpose of multiple use agriculture zone are to preserve the rural character of various areas of the county while permitting development consistent with that character and with the capacity of the natural resources of the area. To preserve and maintain agricultural lands not suited for full-time commercial farming for diversified or part-time agricultural uses. To conserve forest lands for forest uses, to conserve open spaces and protect natural and scenic resources, to maintain and improve the quality of the air, water, and land resources of the county, to establish standards and procedures for the use of those lands designated unsuitable for intense development by the comprehensive plan, and to provide for an orderly and efficient transition from rural to urban land use. What I'd like to simply restate relative to that statement from multiple use agriculture properties in the county code is the first sentence of preserving the rural character of various areas of the county while permitting development consistent with that character and with the capacity of the natural resources. I believe that this is inconsistent specifically with that statement relative to MUA 10 zone properties. And I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott, for coming
you.
in. Is there anyone else that's here that didn't fill out a blue sheet this morning that wanted to testify? Okay. Do we have anyone on Zoom, Stephanie? No hands raised today on Zoom. Okay. I do appreciate the community letting us know what is going on. I'm sure we'll be discussing it in greater detail soon. So I know we received something from from Peter Gutowski, and I will be talking to Peter later today about his email.
So, yeah, another statement. I want to thank everybody for joining us. I spoke to a few of you on the phone already. A lot of messages came in yesterday. This is definitely a community action call for, hey, what's going on here and why didn't we know about it? So I understand what's going on. This isn't a public hearing on the matter. It's not a decision space. So it's going to be that awkward moment where we're taking your testimony and there's no answers this morning. But thank you very much for getting engaged, and we're going to have a good discussion about this.
I would also thank everyone for sharing their concerns this morning. The two things that I heard that I would like to get some more research from staff on are, number one, what are the uses that are authorized in MUA? Because the intentions of MUA are one thing, but the allowed and disallowed uses, that's where land use law where the rubber hits the road. And then also, I'm not clear on what the county's role is in the enforcement of CC&Rs. I mean, my impression is that CC&Rs are a neighborhood level thing, and you pursue enforcement of your CC&Rs through your CC&R group, and that we don't have the authority to enforce those. But it did sound like that is it sounds like that is a significant piece of this situation, is what do the CC&Rs say, and is this allowed within the CC&Rs of this neighborhood?
So one note on that, and we have been through this before, CC&Rs are enforced by a homeowners association, which may or may not be active. So that's something to look into, because I've had that situation where, large animals or farm animals in some neighborhoods in the rural, so we do represent the rural Deschutes County. But if there's no active homeowners association, there's really nobody to enforce CC&R. So that's just something to understand.
Dave, did you want to make any comment about CC&Rs?
Oh, you captured it. They're private contractual matters between the parties that are parties to those agreements. The county doesn't have any role in enforcing those. Now, if there isn't an active HOA, there may still be a way to, for these folks to end up in court, but that'd be the venue. It's not with the county commissioners.
But we will get clarity on what is and isn't allowed within MUA zone, and what is within the county's authority in terms of land use.
Okay, thank you. Going on to our consent agenda.
So we can talk afterwards, so we're going to go to the rest of our agenda here. I'll move approval of consent agenda. We have 3 items on there today.
Second.
Any further discussion? Commissioner DeBonne?
I vote yes.
Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. First action item, we need to reconvene as the governing body of Deschutes County 911 Service District for our budget adoption.
Budget adoption.
Thanks.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for preparing those, Dan. Thank you.
Bit of a marathon for budget approvals now.
Right. Dan Emerson, Budget Manager. Thanks for having us this morning, Commissioners. May 23rd through May 26th, we had the Budget Week, which was a public hearing on the proposed budget, which was then approved by the Budget Committee, these 3 members, plus Judy Trago, Jim Pfister, and Bruce Barrett, to make the approved budget. There have been no changes to the approved budget for the Deschutes County 911 Service District at this point in time. And so based on state statute, we need to have a public hearing here to adopt the budget officially.
Are there any questions from the board, from the commission?
We worked this information over pretty thoroughly during Budget Week.
Okay, is there a motion?
Need to open the
Public hearing.
Oh, opening the public hearing. Is there any testimony from the room? Anything on Zoom, Stephanie? Okay, all right. Okay, I will then therefore close the public hearing. Is there any further discussion?
So just acknowledging that the proposed tax rate is less than the maximum here. So there was and so I'm connecting a couple things here. Yesterday, there was a editorial in the paper asking about how we're going to pay for an item that's coming up 1 or 2 from now, but the fact that there's still room in that rate, and we're going to be in that awkward situation where if we need the resources, we have resources available, which would mean raising taxes, but there is opportunity for that discussion annually, and that would be next year. Just acknowledging that, I'm very supportive and proud of the fact that the district's been able to work within this rate, and the voters have supported, a little bit more capacity in that rate for future discussions. Just leave it at that.
Okay. Commissioner.
So with that, I move to approve Resolution 2022-035, adopting the fiscal year 2022-2023 Deschutes County 911 Service District budget in the sum of $445,477, imposing and categorizing ad valorem property taxes at the tax rate of $30.3618 per thousand of assessed value, and appropriating amounts set forward in the resolution.
And I will second it.
Is there any further discussion? Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes.
Thank you.
Okay, we need to continue on with 911, with the Harris radio system. Sarah?
Good morning, Commissioners. Sarah Crosswhite, Director of Deschutes County 911, and Jonathan Spring, our Systems Manager.
Thank you for joining us this morning.
Thank you for having us. So we are here, I believe we start with Agenda 5, which is the discussion of the L3 Harris 10-year maintenance agreement that we are proposing for signature in item number 6. So we have had a previous maintenance package with L3 Harris, which was phone only. So what that meant is that when we had an issue for troubleshooting our phone and our radio system, we would have to call them, and it's called their TAC line, and that was our only resource available to troubleshoot issues during business hours of 9 to 5. Over time, we found that we needed something a little bit more, and so we started speaking with them, as well as ODOT is speaking with them on their maintenance contract, and we're looking at doing a maintenance contract which would provide not only the phone and remote support, but also some on-site support. If you look through the agreement, we have this budgeted in our, let's see, it's in my current budget under our maintenance agreements for $175, and this would be a 10-year contract. And in that, this would also provide the next planned core upgrade, which we did 2 years ago, and that was that $500,000 that we did out of capital funds. So that would include the next core upgrade as well as planned network upgrades. Any questions?
I just see, Sarah, that it's $174,000 approximately a year.
Yes.
For the 10 years.
Correct.
And will it increase at all over the next 10 years?
No, it will not.
It's a flat fee?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Sorry, Commissioner DeBonne.
I was just acknowledging, putting the original system in, working with the state. We've kind of had direct interface with their support people, but now it's just a phone support. So I do support the fact that in the next 10 years, it's nice to see a fixed rate contract at this point. It'll be good to have that next level of support.
I guess my one question is, so this is a 10-year agreement including one core upgrade. Is there a scenario where we need to do more than one core upgrade within that 10-year period? I mean, 10 years is a long time.
We're not forecasting one at the moment. So right now, we're just focusing on that one. And if we look back to the life of the system, it was probably at least, well, not a full 10 years, but probably 5 to 6 years in when they proposed the first one. Okay. So timing-wise, it makes sense to look for 1 through 10 years.
Sounds good.
And is this an implied commitment to be paired with the state for the 10 years? I guess, what does that look like? Because there was a discussion, okay, we have, the redundant cores, we're partnering with the state, maybe we should do our own thing. And we said, no, let's commit with the state. We did the upgrade. Is there
Our maintenance contract is separate, so we have ours with them, and then the state will actually do a separate one as well. So I think that leaves a little bit of ability if we did make some decision down the road that we would still have that opportunity, because we would still have our maintenance contract with Harris for our staff.
And I support the partnership here. It's worked out pretty well, and obviously it was a little bit of a bumpy road in the past, but now we're doing pretty well here. So for the agenda items, this is discussing it, and then the next one is accepting it? It's just the way it got separated? Okay.
Because we didn't have the meeting on Monday.
Oh, okay, understood, I see.
We are discussion and then our vote. So, okay. Are there any other discussions then about the contract?
Nope.
Okay, all right. So thank you, Jonathan, for joining us, and we will proceed on then to item number 6.
So maybe for Jonathan, so we're going to be doing some capacity upgrades, like adding a tower or doing some different things. This is kind of inclusive of all that.
Yeah, they will provide maintenance to everything we add onto the system for our technology improvements. They will provide maintenance as we continue on with that. So if we had something going on with a new site, we could contact them for
Our
assistance.
system's going to expand a little bit over time, so that's kind of, okay. Great.
We can move to discussion to consideration now?
Yes.
So, acknowledging item number 6 now, consideration of that document. So I'll move chair signature of document number 2022-524, L3 Harris 10-year radio maintenance agreement.
Second.
Is there any further discussion? Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. And I do want to, at this moment in time, acknowledge the leadership and the team that Sarah has, and what an excellent job you have done. I'm so proud to see the success and hear the comments from the meeting that I attended, I believe it was last week, from the 911 group, from the community. And I want our, I know that going up to 1,000 calls a day is going to be quite impactful this summer, and please, everyone, stay as calm as possible and know that your team is doing their very, very best. And it is a career opportunity. If you want to find a job, it's truly a career, and a few of the tests, the numbers, the requirements have come down a bit. So if you're looking for a great job to serve the public, please think of our 911. Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you.
And now we can move on to some of the tools to help us with those recruitment and retention efforts.
Yes. Okay, so now we have your agreement.
Thank you for joining us.
Okay.
Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, Whitney Hale, Deputy County Administrator. We're here for consideration of board signature of a collective bargaining agreement between the Deschutes County 911 Service District and the Deschutes 911 Employees Association. Joining us this morning is Megan Happ, who's a dispatcher with 911 and also the Vice President of the Deschutes 911 Employees Association. Thank you, Megan, for joining us. We're pleased to present the board with a 4-year contract with the Deschutes 911 Employees Association. The association represents call takers and public safety dispatchers at Deschutes 911. The Deschutes 911 Employees Association bargaining team included Krista Mugavero, Megan Happ, Jenny Nichols, and the association's attorney Ryan Lufkin. The service district's bargaining team included Christopher Bell from County Legal, Sarah Crosswhite, Chris Perry from Deschutes County 911, Kathleen Hinman, Human Resources, Jana Kane from Finance, and myself from Administration. We're going to walk through a few highlights of the 4-year contract with the board, and happy to take questions that the board may have. As I mentioned at the beginning, this is a 4-year contract. It includes a longevity pay increase that is in alignment with county practice and other bargaining agreements. It includes a wage adjustment of 4.25% to bring positions relative to comparable agencies. As the board will recall, those comparable agencies included Clackamas, Jackson, Lane, and Marion counties. In doing that analysis, staff looked at entry wage as well as wages for employees at the 5 and 10-year marks of employment. And we believe that this wage adjustment is in alignment with the county's compensation philosophy. The contract also includes a COLA of 5.5% for fiscal year '23, and then a 1 to 4% range based on CPI for the remaining years of the contract. There's a slight change in CPI methodology that's consistent with the contract that the board approved for AFSCME, so that change carries over to this contract as well. I'm going to pause and turn it over to Sarah to talk a little bit about costs associated with these increases and how they fit within the district's fiscal year '23 budget.
Good morning. I was looking at our numbers yesterday because I wanted to make sure I had the right numbers for you guys. So right now we are at 5 open FTE. So we hired in mid-June, so that brought on 4 new. We were at 9. So now we have 5 remaining. Unfortunately, by July 15th, we'll be back up to 7 because we have 2 that we're going to be departing to other departments. But with that being said, when looking at our numbers with the rate increase for employees, I know there was a question about where that falls on the personnel line for the budget. If we were fully hired on July 1st, we would need to make a transfer of $215,000 into that line item. I unfortunately do not anticipate being fully staffed anywhere before probably mid-fall to spring next year at this point. Right now, we have 2 that we're looking at hiring, so they're one's in background and one's in the interview process, so we will bring them on in September. And then we have the 4 right now that we just hired that are in training currently. So again, I think that we tried to plan as much as possible with our personnel line so that we didn't have a large change and adjustment that was necessary. And I talked with Betsy yesterday actually to make sure I was on the right path with that, and we did look at the numbers, and even with this increase, we don't anticipate needing to touch our levy rate for the personnel increase until at least 2025, and we'll reassess back in December, but we're still holding the line at the 36 cents without needing to make changes based on the personnel rise.
Being a countywide district, there is tax assessed value growth in there, so there's an expectation of that growth, and we'll see what happens in the next couple of years with the economy.
Yeah.
But it does seem to be dialed in pretty well, and it has been for the last few years also, not having to change that rate.
And I do want to make the comment that 2 years ago, when we were in COVID, your team came in and, you helped us out at that moment in time. You helped your rate out. You only set it up for 2 years, which truly made a perfect sense, but it is really appreciated and acknowledged that it was a team effort of everyone. We didn't know how, COVID was going to affect the finances of the county. So it's great to hear that you don't anticipate a levy increase until 2025. That's great news, and hopefully getting your salaries up to, the Clackamas, Lane, Jackson County rate that we felt we were behind. We've got to be competitive. We know that our housing costs are rather limited. I mean, the costs are a lot, and we don't have many
options.
Yeah, so it's not easy.
Yeah, our housing costs are probably, even though those are our comps, our housing costs are probably worse than those 3 counties. And I just wanted to say particularly with the short staffing that we've had for many months now, I just want to express great appreciation for the team over at 911, maintaining an incredible level of service, keeping people safe, and getting them the emergency services that they need in a timely fashion, through some very difficult times. So I'm really glad that we can make these adjustments to recognize the value of that work. and hopefully to assist with recruitment and retention efforts. My question, my only question was along those lines. I would love to hear a little bit of firsthand testimony from employees and also from management at 911 about, you can't give me like, percentages or anything, but like, will these changes help? Do you think this will make a difference in terms of being able to recruit more staff for 911 and to keep people?
Personally, just, personal belief, I think that it is going to help with retention. I do have concerns for people that have to relocate or want to relocate over here. Because again, I think that's the challenging piece, is packing up, moving, and looking to purchase or even rent a home in this area. I think that is the challenge. But I believe that if we have people within the community that have been looking at this as a career forever, and now seeing that wage change and then what the steps are, I think that could be a huge motivation to go, okay, well, I mean, this is making more than fast food. And looking at it as a career. They've got fabulous benefits. Yeah, the schedule is tough, and they take some tough calls. Once we're fully staffed, they do have their days off, and that's challenging. They don't right now. And so I'm hoping that as people see this as a career, we do get these positions filled, these people that are working so hard on their days off, on pager, that they can have those 4 days off and not have us calling them and asking them to come to work. And so, I mean, I think all of it kind of plays together, and I'm hoping that we can see a difference moving forward. And I'm hoping that we will stop having people leave to go to other jobs. So that's tough.
Yeah. Megan, did you want to say anything about that?
I agree. I think the hardest part is anybody moving from out of the area. They just have such a hard time finding housing. I do agree that if somebody has been looking at the job, now they might be willing to put in the effort. But even though we are still comparable with fast food, they work 40 hours, we work 48, plus on call, all of that in that decision. Not many people are in that mental health capacity to do that right now. With the hard couple of years we've had, they don't want to take on extra. So I think it will help with retention. I mean, I've heard testimony from coworkers, their rents being increased as people from out of state come through and buy properties and increase that. And then now our pay's going up, but that's just going to compensate that.
Right.
And so it's just that constant battle of finding that sweet spot and finding the right person for the job. And hopefully our trainees can stick through it and train it. And we're trying to find easier ways to train them, because we do a lot. And just trying to find, even we can't afford anybody on the floor to train because we don't have the staffing for that. So we're just fighting those battles and going through that the best we can. So we're just going one step at a time, and everybody's putting in the work for it, getting Sarah out on the floor taking calls.
Yeah, and Megan will hate this, but she does an amazing job. She's an AIC for us, so she's an acting in charge. She also is a trainer. She volunteered to take 2 of the new 4 trainees so that we can minimize the impact to staffing on the floor, because to pull somebody for call take training, we're pulling somebody off radios, and then we're trying to backfill that. So Megan is one that raised her hand and said, yep, I'll take 2, which means you're training 2 people in a day. So you're having one on the phones with you while the other one's working on stuff online or listening and typing, and then you're swapping them. You're doing 2 daily reports on those people. And so way increased workload for her, but she's volunteered to step up and do that to help us out so we can get these people trained in on the phones, hopefully by the end of summer.
End of summer, then it's 3 months of training?
It's close to that, yeah.
2.5, something
Yeah.
like that. Megan, how long have you been with Deschutes County?
October 1 will be about 9 years.
Well, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Look forward to, you being here for 10 years, and hopefully things will smooth out as you're hoping, mid-fall, if we can, if people will understand it is a career, and it is a career that it helps support a family. So.
So when does this agreement start? Oh, yeah, 2 days from now. So, yeah, we got there. That's the exciting part. Let's celebrate that we're getting there, before it starts and not 6 weeks after or 3 months after. So July 1st this year, 4-year agreement. Thank you very much for the partnership. And, it's a very, supportive relationship, hopefully both ways. This is the people's business, and it's exciting that we got here right before the other one expired.
No, that's incredible. Thank you to the team, everyone that worked on it, that we were, that we are actually, we're signing the dotted line before it was due. So, good news. And it is a significant, hopefully it'll be a significant uptick, in people's take-home pay, so that they'll see the difference. They'll feel, and something to help entice them that, help is coming.
Yeah, thanks, much appreciation again to everyone at 911 who is pitching in and going above and beyond to make things work during this period when you're short-staffed. And I noted the concern about housing costs being a continuing barrier, and beyond this agreement, I do hope that as a county we can start to think about ways to address this housing bottleneck and this housing barrier for county employees and for county employment. So just beyond getting this agreement done, there's still more I think we can be doing.
Thank you, Commissioners. We're pleased to report that the 911 Employees Association ratified the contract earlier this week, and the management team is recommending board approval of the contract. As noted in the staff report, there are a few other operational changes within the contract. The two other items that I would just flag for the board, which are also included in the staff report, are the MOU relating to a premium rate of pay for staff who are volunteering to provide shift coverage, and also an agreement that we would reopen if retiree health insurance eligibility, if PERS adds the call taker or dispatcher classifications to the police and fire retirement designation. So those are sort of the two other items just to flag for you. But with that, we're happy to answer any questions the board may have.
Are there any questions?
I think I said my piece. Congratulations. It's good that we got, two sides together on this. And it's a 4-year contract, so, let's work together, get those seats filled. That's going to be the key to this whole thing, because that'll just make it an operation that flows better when we don't have those open positions.
No further questions, and thank you for addressing some of the public information needs that the Bulletin identified in their editorial yesterday during your presentation today.
So I believe we need a motion? Yes. Is there a motion?
I move approval of contract number 2022-575, a collective bargaining agreement between the Deschutes County 911 Service District and the Deschutes 911 Employees Association.
And I will second it.
Any further discussion? Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes.
Thank you,
Go.
Commissioner.
Congratulations, yes.
I would just look to legal, just to make sure we cross our Ts. Does that cover the Sarah's signature of the MOU that's included in the CBA, or do we need a separate motion?
Is that identified with a separate document number?
It has a separate document
And
number.
you'd need a separate motion for that.
Okay, so if we could have a motion related to the director's signature on the MOU that addresses section 16 of the CBA, that would be fantastic.
So it's document 576, I think it's the next number.
Correct.
I'll move approval, director's signature of document number 2022-576, the MOU associated with the contract.
Second.
Any further discussion? Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you, Whitney, for
Good
pointing
catch.
that out.
Yep.
Okay, we are now going to convene as the governing body of Deschutes County Extension and 4-H Service District. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Dan Emerson, Budget Manager. The Budget Committee met May 23rd to 26th, 2022, and fulfilled its statutory obligations by approving the fiscal year 22-23 proposed budget as amended for the Deschutes County Extension and 4-H Services District. State statutes require the board to hold a public hearing on the adoption of the budget as approved by the Budget Committee.
Okay, I'd like to open the public hearing and consideration of the resolution for the Deschutes County Extension and 4-H Service District. Is there anyone here to testify on this? Anyone in the room? Stephanie? Is there anyone on Zoom? Okay, I will close then the public hearing. Is there a board discussion?
I would just note that I've heard from a couple of community members that I don't have the complete story on this, but there's concern about Extension being able to fill both a small farms technical assistance position and an Extension forester position, both of those. So, I'm not sure whether that's necessarily a resource issue in terms of having the funding, or whether it's more of like a administrative thing at OSU. But to the extent that that's a resource issue, I hope that this budget can help to square things up so that there's adequate capacity, and B, if it's a more of an administrative issue at the OSU end, I hope that we can weigh in and advocate on behalf of our extension service so that we have all of the great extension agents out there in our community that we need.
So that's the theme, open positions.
Yeah.
With that, I'll move to approve by resolution 2022-037, adopting the fiscal year budget for 2022 and 2023, Deschutes County Extension and 4-H Service District budget in the sum of $1,014,593, imposing and categorizing ad valorem property taxes at the tax rate of .0224 per 1,000 of assessed value and appropriating amounts set forward in the resolution.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, and is there any further discussion? Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. Is, Stephanie, Candy isn't on, no one was on from 4-H, correct? Okay, all right. So they must not have been worried that their budget wasn't going to be approved. Thank you very much. Okay, now we're going to convene as the governing body of the Sun River Service District.
The Budget Committee met May 23rd to the 26th, 2022, and fulfilled its statutory obligations by approving the fiscal year 22 and 23 proposed budget as amended for the Sun River Service District. State statutes require the board to hold a public hearing on the adoption of the budget as approved by the Budget Committee.
I'd like to open the public hearing for the Sun River Service District 2022-23 budget adoption. Is there anyone in the room that wants to testify? I see no one in the room that wants to testify. What about on Zoom? Okay, thank you, Stephanie. All right, therefore, I will close the public testimony. Commissioners, do we have any comment?
Just acknowledging dollars from the transient room tax to Sun River Service District and their bond measure that had passed. So the big capital project is a go. So pretty exciting.
Yes, the one that they so patiently waited for. And I'm looking forward to that project actually completing. I think that will be great for their community. Commissioner Chang, did you have anything?
No additional comments or questions.
Okay. Is there a motion then?
So with that, I move to approve Resolution 2022-039, adopting the fiscal year 2022-2023 Sun River Service District budget in the sum of $26,875,881, imposing and categorizing ad valorem property taxes at the rate of $3.31 per thousand of assessed value, and appropriating amounts set forward in the resolution.
And I will second it.
Is there any further discussion?
Sorry, was this for the Sun River Service District? I believe that, it must be that in the motion that I sent you, I did not put in that there's also a .47 per
Right.
$1,000 of assessed value for local option tax, so I
That needs to be
apologize.
mentioned too.
Right, so
I
it
was
would
just
be that.
looking at it, thinking, do we need a separate
that.
motion?
So moved?
Okay, so we've added it. All right, and the second is agreeable to the,
And it's, yeah, it's in section 2 of the resolution, so I'll second it, yeah.
okay, all right. So Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
Commissioner DeBonne,
Yes.
and the chair votes yes. Oh, great. So it looks like we will now convene as the governing body of Black Butte Ranch Service District.
Budget Committee met May 23rd through 26th, 2022, and fulfilled its statutory obligations by approving the fiscal year 2022 and 2023 proposed budget as amended for the Black Butte Ranch Service District. State statutes require the board to hold a public hearing on the adoption of the budget as approved by the Budget Committee.
Okay, I'll open up the public hearing. This is for Black Butte Ranch. Is there anyone in the room that cares to testify? Stephanie, is there anyone on Zoom with a raised hand? Okay. I believe we'll close the public hearing at this moment. Commissioners?
Okay, and I see this one does have a permanent rate and the optional rate, so they're both in here already. So I move to approve Resolution 2022-041, adopting the fiscal year 2022-23 Black Butte Ranch Service District budget in the sum of $2,731,505, imposing and categorizing ad valorem property taxes at a tax rate of $1.0499 per $1,000 of assessed value for operations, and .6500 per 1,000 of assessed value for local option tax, and appropriating amounts set forward in the resolution.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Are there any further discussions? Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. Okay, we are now going to convene as the governing body of the Countywide Law Enforcement District Number 1.
The Budget Committee met May 23rd through the 26th, 2022, and fulfilled its statutory obligations by approving the fiscal year 2022-2023 proposed budget as amended for the Countywide Law Enforcement District, District Number 1. State statutes require the board to hold a public hearing on the adoption of the budget as approved by the Budget Committee.
And I'd like to open the public hearing at this time. Is there anyone in the room that cares to testify? I don't see anyone. Stephanie, is there anyone on Zoom? No raised hands. Okay, all right. Let's close the public hearing then, and Commissioners, do we have a comment?
Just acknowledging this is the county-wide rate, so everybody in the county. This is jail operations and other operation costs. This is the larger of the two districts, because it is everybody included in the county.
And, just in terms of history, it's useful to note that this was the rate, the property assessed tax rate that was dialed up a few years ago just by 6 cents and then brought back down 3 cents in an adjustment last year to square things up, and which is a kind of an opposite history of the next item that we're going to look at. And it's just important for everyone to be aware that that the sheriff's office has been dialing up and dialing down its rates to try to make its budget balanced. And this is I'm glad that at this point we've sort of gotten this district right so that we don't have to look at an adjustment for this year.
When the statement was made that their goal is to not touch the rates more often than every 3 years. So I think we have moved them around a little bit more recently, and those are proposals by the financial analysis of the sheriff's office. So there we go.
So do I have a motion?
I move to approve Resolution 2022-042, adopting the fiscal year 2022-2023 countywide law enforcement district budget in the sum of $43,879,689, imposing and categorizing ad valorem property taxes at the tax rate of $1.05 per thousand of assessed value and appropriating amounts set forward in the resolution.
And I will second it.
Thank you for that motion and second. Is there any further discussion? Commissioner Chang?
Yes?
Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. Okay, so now we will convene as the governing body of the Rural Law Enforcement District Number 2.
Budget Committee met May 23rd through 26th, 2022, and fulfilled its statutory obligations by approving the fiscal year 2022 and 2023 proposed budget as amended for the Rural Law Enforcement District, District Number 2. State statutes require that the board to hold a public hearing on the adoption of the budget as approved by the Budget Committee. And just, the big picture on this was there was a lot of conversation around this during the Budget Committee week. There was a 9-cent raise to support Rural District Number 2 for the Sheriff's Office here. It went from $1.34 to $1.43 per $1,000 of assessed value there.
Thank you. We would now like to open the public hearing for Rural Law Enforcement District Number 2. Anyone in the room care to comment? And Stephanie, do we have any raised hands? No one in the community is going to make any comments. Okay. Therefore, I will close the public hearing. Commissioners, do we have any comment?
Just acknowledging, this was a point in time more than about 15 years ago or so that these permanent rates went in. So it used to be a serial levy opportunity or, request every 5 years back in the day. So it's, it's good to have our public safety funded here in Deschutes County with the will of the voters. So just kind of celebrating that opportunity. With that, I'll move to approve Resolution 2022-043, adopting the fiscal year 2022-2023 Rural Law Enforcement District budget in the sum of $14,804,277, imposing and categorizing ad valorem property taxes at the tax rate of $1.43 per $1,000 of assessed value and appropriating amounts set forward in the resolution.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Are there any further discussion? Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
Commissioner Chang?
Yes?
And the chair votes yes.
Thank you, Commissioners.
So I
Okay, well,
believe,
last
Dan,
week we were trying to celebrate, but you said, no, we got to come back next week. So thank you very much, everybody, for putting this together. This is the end of the fiscal year. Everybody's got the numbers all set up for next year. And thank you very much for the efforts and the professional service.
Yes. Thank you, Dan. I believe we've done.
Dan's
all your
trying to
motions.
walk away.
So,
Now it's time to go to Disneyland, right?
Oh.
Or camping or something.
camping sounds good. Okay, now we will reconvene as the governing body of Deschutes County, and the Y was forgotten. Did you guys see that? So, but we do count a lot, so we've been counting all morning. Item number 13, we do,
Chair.
Yes.
Item number 13, I don't see the people here yet for the presentation. You can certainly proceed to item 14 or item 17. We have Chief Mooney here for the item scheduled for 1 o'clock. So certainly it's your choice and how you wish to proceed.
We're almost an hour ahead of schedule. Huh?
We're an hour ahead of schedule. So we're fortunate that we have both items 14 and 17 people in
the room.
So if you would like to proceed.
So if we do item number 17, that will help you out, won't it? Okay. Always like to help public servants out, so why don't we go up to item number 17 then?
Is is item 17, does it need to kind of be paired with, or does it flow well with 16 or 18? Or is it fine just to deal with it as a standalone?
Well, yes.
They're
You were just here for 17, were you not?
All right. I mean, but,
16 and 18 would be the county forester.
yeah, but I mean, does the Redmond Community Wildfire Protection Plan in any way relate to your, to your item, or is it?
No, that would be Ed's.
Okay.
Piece, yeah.
Great.
Okay, so
17?
17 it is. Welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you. Chief Mooney for coming and joining us this morning.
Thank you. I believe, item 17, I believe you had before you two ordinances that our fire district recently adopted. Ordinance number 4 was adopting the Oregon Fire Code as it's already adopted by the state, but adopting it as a jurisdiction as Redmond Fire and Rescue, along with certain appendices, as those appendices are not adopted by the state, so we have adopted those as a jurisdiction. And then ordinance number 5 is regulating open burning within our Redmond Fire and Rescue's fire district boundaries.
The purpose this is before you folks is that to the extent that the fire district boundaries are in unincorporated county, it requires the board to approve, in essence, these ordinances through a resolution. A public hearing's not required. It's just simply a formality in state statute that obligates the county court to have to review and approve the district's ordinances as they would apply to property within the district that's within the unincorporated county.
And Dave, I don't remember doing this for other districts.
It doesn't happen that often. It requires, obviously, the changes to their internal ordinances, and I don't, in the time I've been here, we may have done this one other time with Rural Fire District 1, I believe, but
So it's not an annual.
I don't think it occurs too frequently that they're changing their ordinances. Chief could speak to how more frequent that might occur, but I don't think it happens much.
Yeah, the way they're written, we're hoping that nothing will change. The way the fire code, normally, in the past, the way fire code is written, it gets adopted, it changes every 3 years by the state and gets readopted, but the way we've been able to write this ordinance is whenever the state adopts a new fire code, it's going to we'll automatically adopt this. We don't have to keep coming back. I mean, unless you want to see me.
Well, we can talk about other stuff.
Yeah, we can talk about other stuff.
Right.
So to kind of jump into the second item, second ordinance, are these fire, I don't know, do we call them restrictions or definitions and regulations? Is this a little, are people going to be engaged saying, what happened here? You know, I mean, do people know this is out there?
They should know it's out there. It was posted publicly for at least 2 months. We never received any public comment on it.
And is there significant change from?
The biggest
ordinance
significant
that
change, and we're planning to do a very large messaging and education campaign on this once it's adopted. The biggest change is the banning of open burning within the city limits of the city of Redmond. So no open debris burning would be allowed within the city limits.
Is that year-round?
That would be all year-round, yes, ma'am.
And we're representing the area outside the city limits anyway when we're talking here.
Correct. Yeah, outside the city limits, basically what we would be doing is we'd have a burn app that kind of Sisters Camp Sherman uses now. It's just to kind of get a better grasp on where people are burning, when they're burning, and being able to get information out to them more rapidly. Right now, we just have a burn line. People call in, see if it's a burn day or not, and then off to the races they go. We may not know they're burning or where they're burning. Basically, with this burn app, we can communicate better with Deschutes 911 and let them know, hey, somebody's actually burning out here. We don't have to field the calls that it's a structure fire.
Good.
That's kind of the issues we have within the city limits right now is somebody burns during burning season. From somebody's perspective, it looks like the structure's on fire. We devote numerous resources thinking the structure's on fire, and we get there and it's a citizen burning leaves in the front yard. So, which pulls resources away from potential areas where, more critical calls could be happening. So we're trying to make sure that the right resource gets to the right call.
Yeah. I'm forgetting, what is the yard debris pickup situation in Redmond? I mean, does everyone have access to a yard debris bin, or?
You know, I don't have the answer to that. I don't know. I believe they do. But there is also the fire-free days that we help message with the county and get that information out there also.
So just procedurally, these have been adopted by the Fire District Board.
Correct.
And for the protected lands in the district outside the city of Redmond, we need to just co-adopt, basically. That's what's going on
In
here?
essence, yes. I mean, I don't know that it's as much of a substantive inquiry on your part. I did note with the staff report that the county building officials also reviewed these and didn't have any concerns or objections.
If we're ready, I'm happy to make a motion.
Sure, that would be great.
I move approval of board signature of resolution number 2022-049. We should do these separately, right?
You could do them collectively or.
Okay. 22-049 and resolution number 2022-050.
And I will second it.
Is there any further discussion? Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes.
Here we go.
Perfect.
So thank you for
joining
coming
us.
early, and look how it
Yeah,
all
no
fit
problem.
in.
Yeah.
Thank you for your time.
No, thank you so much.
Thank you for your work to keep our community safe from fire.
Yes. Truly. Okay, we're back now to item number 13. Yes, welcome. It's amazing, we're running, we never want to say we're running ahead of schedule because that always changes things. But thank you for coming, and nice to see you, Chris.
You were quick this morning. All right, so today we have Upper Deschutes Watershed Council here with us. As a reminder, during this current fiscal year, they received $20,000 in video lottery funds as part of our service partner program, and their agreement requires an annual report, which they have historically shared with us in person at a board meeting besides the last 2 years. So here with us today, we have Chris Knight, Executive Director of Upper Deschutes Watershed Council, and he will share with us status update on the work they're doing.
Good morning, Commissioners, Commissioner Chang, Commissioner Adair, Commissioner DeBonne. Yeah, good to see you again. I was just telling Laura, my first presentation to you all was 2019. I just started and it was in person, and then haven't been back in person since, so it's good to be here in person. Are you able to see my presentation in front of your screen in front of you? Okay, and hopefully I'll just be able to share when I want to advance a slide, or?
Yep, you can use the arrows on that keyboard.
Perfect. Okay. So, yeah, I was just hoping today to share with you some of our accomplishments in the past year and what we have in front of us in the year ahead. And also, I think today I'd heard our $20,000 service partner award had been tentatively approved, and maybe that's going to get finalized today, but also just here to express appreciation for that funding and share with you, some ways that we use that funding. But this is a picture of White Shoes Creek. It's upstream of Sisters. This is a project we just finished this past fall, and it was the removal of the last dam. Yeah, Commissioner.
Just real quick, I think the funding was in the proposed budget and it's been approved. I mean, we're not making a decision about funding today.
Right.
Yeah,
It's already done.
It's
I'm just
done.
letting you know.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
you're not selling here today. We're just working back and forth together.
Yeah, and just kind of more broadly on that, there was another service partner who asked me about it, so if I can confirm with Laura that we approved that whole package already for this fiscal year.
This morning, correct.
Great.
Yeah,
All right,
but,
very good.
pressure's
Well,
off.
yeah.
Pressure's off.
It wasn't going to be a sales job anyway. It's more of an update, yeah. But, yeah, this picture you're seeing here is White Shoes Creek. It's where we last fall removed the last dam out of White Shoes Creek. So it's a free-flowing stream again for as part of the reintroduction of salmon and steelhead to that creek. Just a reminder of what is a watershed council, right? There's more than 50 watershed councils all over Oregon. I'm working with a gentleman right now from Utah who is trying to establish a system of watershed councils in Utah, and I just have to say what a great model Oregon has to help care for all our beautiful rivers and streams across the state. We're a collaborative, non-regulatory group. I think that's important to remember. And then this map on your screen just shows as the Upper Deschutes Watershed Council, this is our program area. Think of that as from high up in the Cascade Lakes, all the way up the Little Deschutes River, and then flowing down to Lake Billy Chinook. So it includes communities of Lapine, Sun River, Bend, Sisters, Redmond. All those communities are part of our watershed program area. And I always just like to remind you all, we started in partnership with Deschutes County. Watershed councils had to have a local government entity that sponsored watershed councils, and so we're celebrating our 25th anniversary. So back in 1997, the county helped create our watershed council. And starting in 97, we began operating as a 501c3 nonprofit. So we're going to have a celebration later this year for our 25th anniversary. We'll make sure you're all invited, and look forward to celebrating with the community just some of our accomplishments over the last 25 years. Also, it's important to remind you, we've got a board of directors, and I know you all approve these board of directors after our board recommends them and votes to bring them on board, and then that comes through you all. But just a reminder, Will Groves is a name that might pop up there. He's Deschutes County, there's Will right there. Our Deschutes County representative on our board, and we appreciate Will's service and connection to the planning department and some of the permitting work that we engage with related to some of our restoration projects. I'd also just point out a couple new board members as of this year. Kelly Hamby came on our board. He's the operations manager for Central Oregon Irrigation District. And then also Sunny Simpkins, who's a newer resident to Bend, moved here in the last couple years. But she was really involved up in the Portland area with another watershed council, the Columbia Slough Watershed Council. So she brings some good experience. Just a reminder of our mission, and that'll kind of kick off my update, because our mission is just, we protect and restore the Upper Deschutes watershed, and we really do it in three ways: through collaborative projects in restoration, education, and monitoring. So those are really our three pillars. And so I wanted to share a little bit about what we've accomplished this last year, and then some of our work planned in the year ahead. And I'll kind of center this around our three programs: restoration, education, and monitoring. So, like I mentioned in that first slide with that first picture, this past fall, the last fish passage barrier, it was really an irrigation dam diversion, was removed from Whitechoose Creek. And again, this just puts Whitechoose Creek back as a free-flowing stream. And I'll show you some other pictures, but you can really see in that one, left hand is before removal, and the picture at the same angle as the creek after removal of the dam. But I think it's important to point out, just because we removed the dam and made it passable by fish, it's still functioning as an irrigation diversion, and we're really just upgrading infrastructure. That photo on the top right is some of the old infrastructure. There's more than 70 years old. It was a wooden canal, if you can believe it, open canal, losing water, and so what's been upgraded are those other two photos. On the left, we've now got what we call a concrete vault that is the diversion, and the diversions are going to be piped to the residents that are receiving that water. The other piece of that is the picture on the bottom right. That vault has fish screens on it to keep the fish in the creek and out of the irrigation diversions where they, typically are trapped and die. So I think of this as, a project that's good for fish and for the creek. It's a free-flowing stream again, but it's also an infrastructure project that's updating old infrastructure. And this slide just is a reiteration that, we've been working since 2010. We've removed 6 dams and fish passage barriers in Whitechoose Creek. So this has been a long-term effort, and it was a celebration to get that last one, get over the hump. We created a video about that you can find on our website that talks about this last project. And all those, in addition to the dams and fish passage barriers, all the fish screens have now been, all the diversions have been screened on White Shoes Creek at this time. This slide is another accomplishment in 2021, and also it's a slide that's looking ahead. White Shoes Canyon is a 6-mile stretch downstream of Sisters. You're looking at a photo right here of Rimrock Ranch that's 2 miles of White Shoes Creek. It was owned by Gail Baker and has since been purchased by the Deschutes Land Trust. And so this past summer, we restored a 1/2 mile of White Shoes Canyon with another 1.5 miles planned in 2023. And just wanted to show you this photo to give you a sense of what it is we're trying to do. White Shoes Creek, that top photo, White Shoes Creek had been straightened and moved over to the side of what I call the bottom of the valley, or the floodplain. And if you think about White Shoes Creek, it's just kind of like a fire hose when it was straightened and bermed. And so we're trying to put White Shoes Creek back in its historic condition, put it out across the floodplain, and create multiple channels. And this creates better habitat. It helps recover the groundwater levels, brings White Shoes Creek, that water level, out across the floodplain. We think there's going to be opportunities that this will help cool stream temperatures. And so, this type of project, it wouldn't be done everywhere, where you still need that grazing land adjacent to the stream, where you want those meadows. You're not going to do this. Where you've got infrastructure in the floodplain, you're not going to do this. But in places like this, where the land trust has purchased this property for conservation purposes, and we're trying to maximize the habitat for salmon and steelhead reintroduction, this is the type of work that can be done.
Chris, I have a question.
Absolutely.
That chart said you restored 1/2 mile in '21 and 1.5 miles next year. Are you doing anything this year there on White Shoes?
We are, and I'll get into that coming right up. We've got a couple
So I was
projects.
like, okay, what about this year?
Yeah. And, 1.5 miles is a really big project, and so taking the time to raise the funding and get the contracts in place and that sort of thing is a big piece of that. But yeah, here, that was a perfect segue, Commissioner Adair. 22 here, this summer, I saw a couple of you at the Creekside Park celebration. I think that was last week, but Creekside Park has about a 1/4 mile of White Shoes Creek that flows through Sisters. And so we've got a project happening just here in a couple months, starting in August, where we're going to restore that stretch of creek in town. And that picture on the right shows what you're seeing there is the top of a concrete, it's the cap of a concrete structure that holds the sewer line that goes under the creek. And so there's nothing wrong with the sewer line, but the creek has eroded down and you're starting to see the top of that concrete cap. And so what we're going to actually do is build the creek up a little bit there, so that concrete is not visible. It's not a safety issue. It's not an erosion issue. And we'll create kind of an engineered riffle, we call it, over the top of that. You can also see in the back, just barely the back of that photo, there's some orange fencing up right there in the park. The bank is eroding, and it's a safety issue for the city, and so we're going to be restoring that and replanting. And so, more broadly, we're going to be fencing the creek off and creating some nice access points with stone steps down to the creek for the community. So looking forward to implementing that project. We've raised all the funds for that, but the city of Sisters has been a close partner, giving us access to the park and just being a landowner that's willing to do this work with us. Also this coming year, we're going to be doing a project with the Bend Park and Rec District at Riverbend Park, which is right down there at the upstream of the Old Mill District and the Park District office. And so if you know where the Bill Healy Bridge, where Reed Market crosses the river, that's going to be the start of the project down to, there's a pedestrian bridge there at Farewell Bend and Riverbend Park. And so what we're going to do, you can see in these couple of photos. The top is kind of the current condition. We just have a lot of people using that stretch of river, right? And going in and out of the creek, those banks are eroding. And so what we're going to do is, I say improve and consolidate access. We're going to fence off the river, let some of that vegetation be restored, but we're going to create these really nice access points. You can see in the lower photo, this is a drawing of what the project will look like, but you can see those steps down to the creek with some boulders where people will be able to access the river. There's a concrete structure there right in the middle. That was some old infrastructure from the logging days, the milling days. We're going to keep that structure in place and use it as an interpretive point to talk about, what this stretch of river was, pre-European settlement, what it was 100 years ago during the milling days and what it is today. And then you can see off to the left of that log drop structure, we're going to create some wetland habitat and that'll benefit fish, frogs, all fish and wildlife. So 3 projects going this year. And I should have mentioned that Riverbend project, we need to wait until water levels come back down. So when irrigation season ends, that project will kick off sometime between October and March of 2022 and March of 23. So we just did an RFP a couple weeks ago for a construction contractor on that project. In that project, we're bringing about half the money to the table, $250,000. The Park District has raised the other half, and so we're doing that jointly with them. Last project is again on Whitechoose Creek. We have all these projects where we bring out the bulldozers and the excavators and restore the creek. This one, we're trying something different, where we're trying to mimic what beavers might do in the system. There are a few beavers in Whitechoose Creek, but not really like there were at all historically. And so the picture on the left isn't of this project. It's a project we've done in the past where we build something that they call beaver dam analogs. Just think of them as human-built beaver dams. And the picture on the right is kind of a vision of what this project's going to look like. It's at Willow Springs Preserve, also owned by the Deschutes Land Trust, downstream of Sisters. So the idea is to create what the beavers would create by slowing the water down, creating habitat, hopefully creating some of those multiple meandering channels across the floodplain that you'd see in a natural system. So this work started over the last couple of weeks. We've got a contractor that's got crews of young people with strong backs that can build these hand-built structures, and looking forward to sharing more about that through press releases and things like that. Switching gears and talking a little bit about our education and outreach programs. We've always had a youth education program for the last 20 years at least, where we take kids out to their local creeks, learn about where their water comes from, what are the local streams and rivers in their backyard, that sort of thing. And then we've also had an adult education component too. I'll tell you a little bit about a new program we've started this year, but also we've always done, businesses come to us, they're seeking a volunteer day, they want to get out and do something good for the river. We make that happen, and we also do an annual river cleanup every summer. I'll share just, our youth education obviously was impacted quite a bit by the COVID pandemic. We were able to keep our staff on board through the pandemic. We just kind of adjusted their roles, and we did more remote learning. We were able, in a lot of instances, since our work is outside, to work with different schools, private schools that could walk to the river or field trip sites. But the impact, I guess, has been just not being able to bus kids for field trips over the last couple of years. So looking forward, I hope to something more normal in the year ahead. And this past spring was pretty good as well. But Bend Lapine School District still wasn't busing students for field trips. We have summer camps. We have 3 different summer camps we put on over the summer for kids. One of those is happening this week, one in June, one in July, and one August. And then what I wanted to share about our adult program is, in one of my previous jobs, we put on what we called a Watershed Keepers series. And so this is targeted for adults, and we piloted the first one in Whitechoose Creek watershed, just since we've worked there so for so many years, but we wondered, are we going to get 10 or 15 people to sign up for this? If we don't get 15, are we going to go forward? We had 50 people sign up, and that just felt really good. It tells us there's an interest in this sort of programming. We were fortunate to have funding. We wrote a grant to the Roundhouse Foundation there in Sisters. They funded this program, and we also used some of the service partner funding from Deschutes County for this. We did 6 sessions. The photos you're seeing, the last session was a watershed tour where we started at the top of the watershed and worked our way down. So you can see some of those pictures. That picture on the top right is at Creekside Park. It was raining when we were there, and there's a bridge in the park over the creek, and so everybody's standing there out of the rain. But the other 5 sessions were held at Sisters Public Library. In that bottom photo, you can see Mark Thalacker from Three Sisters Irrigation District talking about water use. And it's not just about fish and wildlife, it's everything from where does City of Sisters get its water, how is water used for agriculture, all those sorts of things. So because of the success of this, I'm looking forward to this next year. We did a poll from the attendees, and there was 100% interest in a watershed education course about the Metolius River. So we're going to do that next winter and spring, and then I'm also planning to do one for the Upper Deschutes for those communities like Lapine and Sun River. And we're planning to partner with Central Oregon Community College to help us put this on through their adult education programs to take some of that, all the sign-up work and managing all the logistics. COCC can take that on, and we'll be offering these watershed education series. And look forward to engaging communities like Lapine and offering this in other communities. So really excited about this new program, and the service partner funding was part of what helped make this happen. Last program is just our monitoring work, and just for your benefit as a reminder, we do a lot of temperature monitoring in our streams and rivers. This map, all the red dots there show where we're monitoring stream temperatures in the Deschutes and Tumalo Creek, and then we've got quite a system of monitoring in Whitechoose Creek that doesn't show up in this map. But we've been doing that for just over 20 years, so we've got this longer-term data set of stream temperatures. And that's important just to understand the health of our rivers and streams. When you combine the temperature of a stream with the amount of flow you've got, you start to understand a lot and understand, hey, if we had a little more flow, we could reduce stream temperatures by this much, or stream temperatures are good in this stream, in this scenario, and healthy for fish to use.
I have a question, Chris. When it was in the hundreds last June, did you see the stream temperature jump up significantly?
I will say we've seen a couple degree increase in the temperatures up in the Upper Deschutes below Wickiup Reservoir. And so I don't know, we can't definitively say, hey, was it just that really hot period? I think, also what's been happening with the drought the last few years is Wickiup is draining, and there's less water in Wickiup Reservoir, which could lead to some warming up of that, water body. So I think we're still trying to understand that, but we're also, we are seeing some of those impacts. And one place we see some impacts, and this slide is Whitechoose Creek. We're doing all this work, investing in Whitechoose Creek, removing dams, all that work. In August and September, we still see temperatures that exceed what is healthy for fish. There's kind of a 18 to 20 degrees Celsius threshold, and we see temperatures up around 24 degrees in August and September. So, I'm also excited about opportunity. We're planning some research with OSU Cascades locally here with a professor, and then also U.S. Geological Survey to really study how, I shared these floodplain restoration projects. We think there's an opportunity if we could send some water down in the late spring, early summer to kind of fill up these floodplains and use these restoration projects that we've created to then do what they're supposed to do, which is then slowly release cool water, especially after we've raised that groundwater level in those project areas. I think there's a way, and we're working closely with the Three Sisters Irrigation District on this, but that's something we're going to have to do in the future. That idea of holding water in our systems, like think of the upper Deschutes, if we can hold some of that water back and let it stay cool and be slowly released instead of just kind of like a fire hose down the stream, because that's what the systems used to do historically. And we're just learning, we've done engineering and irrigation for good reasons over time, but sometimes we over-engineer and we need to step back and remember what nature did right. Is there a question?
So before we leave this topic of temperature in Wychus Creek, so are these little red areas, is that where the temperature issues are the worst, or on this map?
Yeah, on this map, this is showing some of our projects, but that area in red is that 6-mile stretch of creek that where the creek and the floodplain are owned by the land trust. But you're right, Commissioner Chang, it's that lower end of the river before you get down to Alder Springs. Alder Springs comes in at the very bottom of Wychus Creek before it meets the Deschutes. But upstream of that is the warmest. And you can kind of imagine as water goes down the watershed, it's warming up, as it has more interaction with the environment, and it's that lower end of the creek that is the warmest. But we think actually in this picture, that red area is where we think we could use that floodplain restoration to cool the system from there down. Yeah. I wanted to share just a little bit about our funding and remind you that we get funding from state, federal, local sources, and I feel like it's a pretty good balance. I can't read those numbers now, but I think we're about 25% with our private non-governmental grants, plus 10+% from private donations. So roughly a third of our funding, a little bit more, is from private sources, and then roughly a third in state grants and federal grants. A little more than a third probably in the federal grants. And it's our education and outreach program that we raised a lot of the private dollars to put that program on, but feel like we're pretty balanced. And this is from our FY21, so a year ago, because we're just wrapping up the current fiscal year. And then just a mention of the $20,000 we get in service partner funding. I feel like we really try and do a good job in leveraging that to bring those private dollars, those state, those local or federal dollars to our work. We have a planned budget for this next year ahead with those 3 projects I mentioned of about $2 million. So we're taking your $20,000 and leveraging it and bringing $2 million for projects in our programming here in Central Oregon. And I'd just say this funding is really great because it's flexible. Like earlier this week, I was charging some of this work and writing a grant to bring more money to our basin, and so I really appreciate this funding, and it's critical for us year to year. And I mentioned earlier we're celebrating our 25th year, and look forward to inviting you to our Watershed Council celebration in October or November. This is my last slide. Thanks for hanging in there. If you'd like to learn more, you can always go to our website. You can always reach out to me, follow us on social media. We've got our river cleanup coming up on July 30th. It's a Saturday. One thing we've learned through COVID, we had to have multiple sites and limit the number of people at some of our river cleanup sites. It used to just always be located right downtown in Bend, and so we're able to have that again and have a lot of people in downtown Bend, but we're also working at other sites. For example, I'm going to be down at Lapine State Park, and we're going to have 25 volunteers or so down there, and so spreading it out around the county. So we've got a lot of great sponsors that step up and help us sponsor that event. So appreciate your time today and appreciate the opportunity to give an update, and happy to answer any questions.
Keep me informed about the Lapine State Park, effort there. So if I can make it, I will.
Commissioner DeBona, I was also going to mention, in our board member list, we had a board member that sadly passed away this past year, and Mike Taylor was his name. And I was so excited about Mike because he lived down in Lapine. He lived down by Pringle Falls, and he was passionate about the river. And so I'd love to find more board members down in that part of the county. So, yeah.
Chris, in terms of, I had a monitoring-like question. I mean, I've been tracking work on Waichus Creek and for years, and you can see, you can see floodplains restored and more sinuosity in creeks, in the creek, and pools and riffles and large wood and, removal of fish pasture. You can see all of these dramatic habitat, physical habitat improvements. I am curious whether we have any trends in the actual fish population in Waichus Creek that kind of reflect the work that's been done there. Because I mean, physically the habitat it looks much better. There's a lot of things that have been improved, but I'm just wondering whether the actual populations of steelhead and trout are actually catching up with that.
Yeah, absolutely. And before I jump into that answer, one thing I kind of don't tell and often tell, and I didn't tell today, is just the success story in Waichus Creek is also the flow that's been restored over the last 20 years. Waichus Creek used to go dry 2 out of 3 years because it was all diverted for irrigation. And so there's been an opportunity for people to give up some of their water rights, put water back in the stream if they're not using that water. And the irrigation district has been really forward-thinking in piping, and some of that conserved water goes back in the creek. And so now we've got, every summer, we've still got 20 cubic feet per second flowing down Waichus Creek. So that's a big part of the story. Commissioner Chang, the fish story, it's a hard one to tell. It's complicated, and fish are using the system. They're still releasing steelhead and salmon, and what we're excited about is when they release all those little steelhead and salmon, they're using our project areas. The challenge is, how many fish are coming back as an adults? I can say this year they have something like 1,000 Chinook at Pelton Round Butte Dam, and they're bringing, they've got to physically truck those adult fish around the dam. Some of those fish will want to go up the Crooked, some will want to go up the Metolius, but they're actually, that number of 1,000 fish is really good this year, and so they're going to be putting some of those adults up in the Metolius and Waichus Creek. And the goal of all this reintroduction effort that was started back in 2007, 2008, it's led by Portland General Electric, ODF&W, and the tribes, is to get more of those adults coming back up. Some years we're seeing about 12 adult fish come up into Waichus Creek. To directly answer your question, Commissioner Tang, we just, and what resonates, I think, is those adult fish are often using our restored areas. And so there's a lot of things out of our control, ocean conditions and conditions in the Columbia River. But if we can get those fish, those adult fish coming back and get them around the dam and get them up into the system, we're preparing that habitat when they do come. And I think, despite a significant drought, having good numbers of Chinook coming back up the Deschutes this year is encouraging. But there's definitely been some down years recently, like steelhead numbers in the Deschutes are really down. And so, it kind of takes a village, and our piece is restoring that habitat in Waichus Creek and in the Metolius. So, and yeah, just as a reminder, the reason we're focusing so much in Waichus and the Metolius is that's where those steelhead and salmon that have gone all the way out to the ocean and come back, that's where they come back to. There was a natural barrier at Steelhead Falls near Crooked River Ranch where steelhead and salmon never came up here into Bend. And so there's a lot of funding about reintroducing those salmon and steelhead, and that's why a lot of the effort has gone to Waichus Creek and the Metolius over the years. Thank you. Other
Great
questions
update.
today?
Thank you so
Okay, yeah, thanks for the time today, really appreciate it, and appreciate the funding. Yep.
Great, thank you. Oh, Chris, do you mind sending us your financials when you have them done, just for this last year? Because the ones in the document were from a year ago.
Yep.
If you don't mind, just to see, what you actually, in a comparison, really helps us.
Sure, yeah, and we do our audit every year in August, September timeframe, so can send that to you after.
Right, I'm sure it's going to be like October, November.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. I believe we're now, consideration of American Rescue Plan Act funding, item number 14, Dan?
Oh, welcome back.
Gosh, we haven't seen you for a couple of minutes.
Right, just hanging out here all day today. Hello, commissioners. You guys, if somebody wants to come over here, feel free.
Little handouts here. Do you want those now?
Sure.
Sure.
And if I can just have a copy for the record. A copy for the record, but commissioners first.
Okay.
Right.
For the record, when you have a moment, but go ahead and get started, just before you leave. This is fine.
Give me this one right here. There you go.
So today we'll be talking about the American Rescue Plan Act, the $38.4 million the county received in federal pass-through funds for COVID pandemic relief. First up on the docket today is Rick Russell and the Redmond Safe Parking proposal for American Rescue Plan Act.
Yeah. Thanks for your time, Commissioners. I appreciate it. I'm Rick Russell. I'm a pastor here in Deschutes County. I've been in Central Oregon for about 18 years as a pastor, and last 7.5 in Redmond. And last year, the city of Redmond passed an ordinance allowing safe parking. Folks living in RVs in a case-managed situation in church parking lots, businesses, service organizations. And so we've been operating that at our site, my church, on 35th and Obsidian since that time, the VFW as well. And now we're ready really to expand that program into some other locations. And so we've been recruiting other sites and are here today to seek additional financial support. The good news is, whatever you support us with, I've just got notice yesterday, we've got matching funds for up to $200,000 from the Health Council, and that was encouraging to get that notice yesterday. This program is pretty basic, pretty simple operating program. We find churches, businesses, service organizations with open to using their parking lot, and then we provide the rest of the service. We do intake with folks who are unhoused. We get referrals from police department, other service organizations. Word gets around. We've got a waiting list right now. We pair them, we have a case manager who's currently half-time, and we're seeking to expand to move her to full-time and to add an additional case manager as well. We work with them to establish some basic safety and sanitation, providing a porta potty, providing garbage service, things like that, and then working with the folks in those RVs to establish goals. The primary goal being toward stable housing. There are a number of smaller goals, and I can click here, it looks like, there we go. Number of smaller goals, like do those folks have access to health care? Do they have their driver's license? Do they have insurance? A number of services that we can work with them to try to attain. But the biggest one here is housing. And so we make an agreement with our folks for 90 days. And we can extend that. We're not naive to the fact that it takes longer than 90 days to move someone from being unhoused or insecure in their housing to more secure. But we do work with them, and we expect to see progress and movement. There are lots of rungs into homelessness. Someone doesn't become homeless typically in one step or one move, and someone doesn't move out of homelessness in one step or one move. And this program is really one point in a larger continuum of care, another rung on the ladder towards self-sustainability for folks. We are, in many ways, ready to go now, to expand this program now. And that's the encouraging part of this. We're not talking about a year or two from now or a building project. We're talking about in a matter of weeks, we can begin to work with folks. And that seems especially pertinent considering the sweeps and moving folks off of whether it's Forest Service land or county property or what might be state lands here soon on 17th in particular. And so we're ready to kind of lay the groundwork now to provide better opportunities than the camping situations that we see around the county. We think, in terms of case management, an additional case manager means we can work with an additional 20 RVs or family units. With one caveat, we've got some families with kids, and that's a little more intensive. And so the case load might be a little bit less than 1 to 20 in those situations. But for singles and couples, we think that's something we can achieve. And so the funding request in front of you would help us move from being able to manage 10 RV units to, if we, I presented 3 funding levels to you there in the budget. That first column would move that half-time case manager to full-time, and that's an $80,000 request. Adding a second full-time case manager and a little bit of administrative support would come in just under $200,000, and then a third full-time case manager would move that to, I think the number there is $368,000. As I mentioned, we've got matching funds up to $200,000 from the Health Council, and they've already matched the initial funds that the City of Redmond put in. The city put in $50,000 last fall, and then the city's done a number of other a number of ways they've helped kind of be in smaller ways that haven't been allocation of ARPA funds. And so I think John can speak to that, and then I'm really thankful Chief Lewis from Redmond PD is here as well, and I thought they could kind of speak to how the city's participated in this program, and from a police perspective, how this helps our law enforcement in the community. So I think with that, I'll turn it over to you.
Good morning, Board of Commissioners. Rick did a really nice and concise job of overviewing the program. Yeah, and he touched on, I think that. Oh, sorry, ma'am.
That's okay. I forget all the time, too.
John Roberts. I'm currently the acting city manager. Our city manager is a little under the weather today, or else he would have been here, Keith Wachowski.
So thanks for joining us. We've just seen you online for the last year or two, so this is exactly the situation, in person.
Yes. Apologies.
No. Thank you, John.
Yes, no, again, happy to be here. Yeah, I think Rick covered it well. Chief can speak to, I think, really what initiated a lot of the city's primary interest in this program, in terms of having a tool and more leverage to get people out of our right-of-ways and providing them other opportunities. But to Rick's point, the city has committed $50,000 of ARPA. We've developed a code that we're continuing to look at ways of amending to make it more effective. And we're currently looking at our own location, so we too can host some of these RVs as our own city site. And I think really right now, our council has a lot of interest in seeing this program be successful. And we're being ambassadors for the project. There's no immediate commitment right now to additional funding, but we are pleased that our initial $50,000 was matched. So again, sort of, we all know how complicated and layered homeless is, but we're seeing that this is a real successful tool that could be used immediately to help us get results. So anything else?
Yeah, I might add one other role that the city's played that's been really helpful here has been, as we've ramped up recruiting additional sites, churches, businesses, service organizations, the city's played a critical role in extending those invitations and hosting those meetings. We just did one yesterday, and I think I extended an invitation to a couple of you, and I know there were scheduling conflicts, but the city's been really gracious in doing some of that legwork and helping us identify those locations. And we've got a number of those scheduled and continue. We've got a long list of people we're inviting. Small, 5 to 10 entities at a time was our goal, rather than one big meeting with 100 people in it. I want to make it just a little bit harder for people to say no to me than to be able to slip out a back door. So we're encouraged by that and really appreciate the way that the city staff's been really helpful in teeing this up for us.
So Rick, can you say, have you gotten any commitments then from these people that you've been meeting with?
I have got some The challenge is with churches in particular and other organizations is they have layered decision-making. And so if I get a pastor in the room, they have to go to their board. And so we've done a number of kind of follow-up meetings with one church in particular, the Presbyterian church in our community. We've got a follow-up meeting with another church in the area that the pastors asked us to meet with their missions board, whoever that decision-making body is for them. And then we've got, who else? And then we've got the city kind of evaluating some property. And from memory, it seems like there's someone else that we're working with currently, and it escapes me right now. But we've got some people kind of working the process with them right now.
Well, that's what I recognize from Jericho Road, and that the fact that there's been 15 churches in the community that have been part of that operation, and I really appreciate it, that where it's coming from, and I feel like, I know this has been part of your mission. So you're right. You have to, really, small groups work much better. Because you're asking a huge commitment.
It is, yeah. I would describe the operation at our building. I'm going to go to a photo. This is not our site. This is actually Nativity Lutheran here in Bend. I would describe the whole operation as very quiet, and we try to communicate that with other churches and entities. There's an image of homelessness that involves garbage and debris and mental health issues and addiction. And when people see the various sites we've operated, it's a very quiet operation. There are some churches that will not be able to participate in this program because they find themselves, a couple churches don't even have their own parking lot, so they can't do that, or they're in a zoning area where it's excluded. And so I've tried to encourage our community, this cannot fall all on churches. We've really got to expand the net to other entities. And I would look forward to someday a conversation about moving beyond the limits of the city of Redmond, and if the county would consider an ordinance that might allow this as well. That's for another day. But I appreciate the question. Yeah. I wonder if Chief Lewis, if you might be able to speak to this from a law enforcement perspective.
Sure. Yes, good morning, Commissioners. My name is Devin Lewis, Chief of Police at Redmond Police Department. And as Commissioner DeBone said, it's great to see you all in person as opposed to the old computer screen. I'm happy to be here this morning just to kind of talk about the safe parking program up in Redmond. From a law enforcement perspective, I think a lot of you know the homelessness issue is obviously not just a law enforcement issue, it's a community issue. And a lot of the folks that we deal with up in Redmond are also people that also sometimes are, camping or trying to find a spot in the county as well. So we see a lot of overlap between those individuals. So I think that's important for us to note this morning. But we're really excited about the program. As Pastor Russell mentioned, we have two spots in Redmond that have been operating for a while, the one up at his church and the one at VFW. From a law enforcement perspective, we haven't really had any issues or calls for service. They're very quiet. Like you mentioned, they're well run. I used to work in Bend as well at Bend Police Department, and prior to me living in Bend, we had a couple of these safe parking ones get started up like the one you see on the screen. And again, same thing, not a lot of calls for service. So we really see them as a great option for people in the community. If there's people out there living in RVs or living in cars on the rights of way or roads or parks, which we've seen, we want to try to be able to help those people. Obviously, those do generate some calls for service from a law enforcement perspective, and we want to help bridge that gap where we can. And so we see this as a very valuable resource for not only the city of Redmond, but Deschutes County as a whole. So we really support the program. Any expansion we could do would be great. When we talk with people, we're always advocating, trying to get them to find solutions, find help. We know there's a lot of help in our community, but there could always be more. And so if we were able to get some funding or able to expand the program in Redmond, I know John can mention more of this, but I know the city is looking at different parcels the city owns as well to open up for this. But we'd like to have more options rather than just the one church in the VFW. If we had other churches or businesses in Redmond where we could refer people to, that would be great. We're also going to be meeting later in July with the Deschutes County Homeless Outreach Coordinators, those ones that are run through the Deschutes County Behavioral Health. They now have a person dedicated to Redmond, so we're real excited about that. And at a police department level, we're trying to leverage those partnerships as well. So that's why I'm here this morning, just to kind of offer our support. And we see it as a benefit not only to the city of Redmond, but to Deschutes County as a whole.
I think my last comment would be, for us, we like this model, prefer this model. There's been conversation around, large areas where you could put a number of RVs, 20, 30 RVs. And what this model really is finding 10 locations for 3 RVs rather than 1 location for 30 RVs. And we like that for a number of reasons. For safety and sanitation reasons, security is a real concern. But I would also say more broadly just connection. We're trying to, one by one family at a time, reintegrate people into healthy relationships, not isolating folks where their only other social connections are other unhoused folks. And we've seen that happen. And so we like this model, we prefer it, and it also brings a lot of community players to bring a piece of the solution. And so we're asking for your support. In particular, the funding that maximizes those matching dollars. Those matching dollars will disappear here shortly, but...
You mean in 2 days, right?
Yes. June 30th, we were assured, but we did get confirmation. They have earmarked those funds, and now they will wait to hear a response if there's additional support. So I appreciate your consideration and welcome your questions.
So when I think we had a conversation because we'd heard that there were a couple hundred children that were homeless in Deschutes County. I believe the number was like 500 and some. I'm just wondering, you said you didn't have any families part of the program yet that are in these RVs?
Yeah, that's correct. We have several families on our waiting list. However, we have not yet brought minors into our program, and that's because there are some increased liability issues. We intend to, and so part of our research on that has actually been looking at Salem and their safe parking model, where they've done this successfully, and learning from them about how to manage the situation when you've got minors on site. There are just a number of issues that come with having children at your location, and so we want to do that well. We think we're close to that. We're trying to figure out which site would be most ideal, because we're not going to, if we have children there, we're likely not going to place, we will not be placing adults if they may have criminal background issues. We're trying to find a site that would be just a site where kids could be. And so we're figuring that out right now, but I think we're close. We've had a couple churches in particular express they would actually prefer that scenario. And so we want to make sure we set them up for success.
Well, I think that's really good to hear that, because I really worry about children that are homeless, and, they could be, if you could find that location, I think that would be excellent to get it open sooner rather than later.
We have one church that's actually just across the county line, outside of Deschutes County, outside of the city of Redmond, and so we're having to navigate with Crook County, actually.
Crook County.
And make sure that they're all good with us operating in that area as well, so.
One question I have is, do people come with their own RVs? Or are there times where that's another piece of assistance, is actually providing people with?
They come with their own RV or vehicle. Sometimes we have folks in a minivan, so not even a full-size camper. But yes, we do not provide RVs. They have their own space, and we have, in one case, we had someone who did not have an RV but had saved, and they went and purchased it. And their first night with us, they had their RV delivered to us. And so
just having the place to bring it, encourage them to take that next step. So.
Absolutely. There are a number of folks who don't want to be, we talk about 17th a lot, there are other locations as well, but there are a number of folks who do not want to be there. It's really an issue of last resort, because once you get to 17th, it feels unsafe for them. It feels dangerous. They don't want to be there. They hunker down. They don't want to be noticed. There is drug activity there. Theft is a real concern. If I leave my RV to go to an appointment, will my things be here when I get back? And so people just further isolate. And so we've really got to prevent more folks from showing up on 17th. I think Bob Bohack, who you know, working on the Oasis Village project, stated if you get folks out on it to 17th, that's not great. But once they get to 17th and they don't feel safe, they'll press back into the dirt, as they say, or into the junipers, And that's an even worse situation, because once you've got someone back there, it becomes monumental to kind of reintegrate them into what we would call normal society. And so we've got to nip that in the bud, prevent people from even getting there in the first place. But they will go there, because if they go anywhere else, they'll get complaints, they'll get calls, and so they end up out there.
And I would just clarify that this is actually, along with Commissioner Chang's comment, this is ARPA eligible not because of it provides housing to homeless individuals, but because of the intensive case management services that are being proposed here and the ongoing support for housing stability in the future. Pastor Russell and myself spoke about this in some, so the case management services provider are what makes this ARPA eligible.
Because the dollars are actually going into case management, not the physical spaces for people.
Correct.
There is, thank you for raising that. There is on the budget presented to you, the lower highlighted section, was a concept brought to us by a county employee that one way to pilot this program might be to compensate locations, churches or service organizations for allowing parking. And so we thought that was an interesting idea, so I included that on that budget. Case management is essential to this program working. That property compensation, that would be, Dan said it might be a gray area and need further evaluation, but it would be an interesting idea to pilot that and see if that really brings a lot of other properties to the table.
So, a couple thoughts. I mean, I'm an advocate for campgrounds, and I know this isn't that, but think about it. I mean, if somebody has an RV and they're in that transition, they're in this setting for a couple weeks or 90 days, a campground may be that next step after this. So we got to remember, and this is a message to our state land use system, we should be looking at an opportunity, for infrastructure for campgrounds. I think for 50 years, we haven't really allowed that. Now the value of land is so high, builders want to, put housing in the density possible in the cities. And the van life people, people that are, in transition or homeless or in bad situations, man, we need to look for campgrounds. So I'm just letting everybody know. Let's think down that path if at all possible. Obviously, a little bit, the next step from this conversation today. I'm excited to see this program, what you're doing, the efforts. The other step here is if we're offering people this opportunity, where are we able to ask people not to be? And, it's that dance that we're all kind of dealing with right now. I think of, the police, it's like, okay, you can't be on this spot here, but there's going to be a waiting list for these operations. So no answers here, just letting you know, it's such a frustrating situation. I haven't really talked to the city councilors in Redmond about this as much. So, John, can you explain the city code that's empowering this just a little bit, some of the conversations that have happened with the city council on this. So this is a safe parking opportunity in the city of Redmond now.
So in response to the proposal and program, we developed code fall last year. And invariably, there are some apprehensions, but we modeled it, and it seems to be working well. And it has a bunch of safeguards in it. And I think as Rick stressed and Chief mentioned, our experience has been these tend up being quiet operations. And so in terms of our code, we're pretty happy with it, but we are looking at circling back to modify allowances in one particular zoning district. And we continue to debrief our council on the success of the program and our different experiences with it, and they continue to show enthusiasm and interest in pursuing to grow it.
And talk about water, power, and sewer. What's up? What does that look like on the ground?
Yeah, we will always provide a porta potty and garbage service. Sometimes, like at our church, we already have garbage service, so we just let folks have access to that. At our facility, we also have exterior spigots on our building, and we allow people, not permanent hose access connection to their RV, but access to that. Because we provide a porta potty, they're not using their black water tanks in that scenario. We also provide electricity hookup at our facility. However, we say to host sites, the only thing you need to provide is the parking space. It doesn't even need to be a paved parking lot, just space on your property. We'll provide the porta potty, the garbage service. If there's electrical hookup or water access, that's optional. A lot of the folks who are coming into the program are already in what we would call a dry camping situation. And so they're familiar with that and have been navigating resourcing their own water, and sometimes they may have a generator, that sort of thing, or solar panels. So it's not a requirement of the program. Some of the properties we've looked at that are city-owned would not have those resources available, and that's fine. We can still operate in those circumstances.
And so you're offering safe parking now. How long has that been offered, like at your church?
I think the ordinance passed in October, and a couple of weeks later, early November, we've had folks there since that time.
So have you had anyone graduate on to, how many families have graduated?
Yeah, I'm going to, I think the number is 6. I think we've had 6 folks kind of come through the program. 2 of those went on to stable housing, good situations. 2 folks moved back to another community where they had a family connection, and then we've got 2 folks who continue to be with us right now. There might have been a couple of others. We were initially doing case management with another organization, and so we didn't always have access to all the progress and goals that were happening there. But I believe the number's been 6 or 7 since November. And we kind of hit pause here about March until just recently here, as we made a switch from case management and our organization took on this. One of the benefits of changing case management is we've been able to get liability insurance that now extends to each of the individual sites. And that was a real obstacle to some churches being able to say yes to this program, was they didn't think their insurance would cover this project. And so we've now secured, it's expensive, but it's covered by the funding we've received, and the liability is now covered for those entities.
And have you had a problem, whereas, I know Hunnell Road started out in January of '21, there were 35 people there. In May, there were 85. And then I had somebody count it in November, and it was like over 111, I believe. So have you had, when you have 3, you don't have more people that are coming in?
Not like that. We've had a couple of times. I can think of 2 specific, and I know we've had a couple of others, but 2 specific where someone saw the RVs and they were in a large SUV, and we could tell someone was obviously living out of it. And they pulled in, and our case manager brought it to my attention, and we intended to go knock on their door and let them know, hey, we're at capacity here. And we waited a couple hours. By the time we went out there, they'd gone. Another situation, we had a single woman, an adult woman, show up in her minivan. She was on oxygen, and she had her van would idle all night long. She showed up late one night, and we discovered her in the morning. She'd been referred there by another church that heard we did this program, and anybody was welcome to come. And we went and had a polite conversation with her in the morning and said, I'm sorry, we're at capacity here. We can put you on the waiting list. Fortunate thing in that case was, I think less than a week later, someone in our facility moved on to another community. Space opened up, and we actually got that same woman back several days later, and she stayed with us for a few weeks before she returned to, I believe, a daughter in Salem. And so it hasn't been a magnet. The difference here is you've got case management eyes on these locations all the time. And so we're just very firm about random RVs that might show up, or garbage or belongings that show up that don't fit in their vehicle, and we just don't do that. Fires, we don't do that. And so we enforce those through conversations, through case management. We don't ask the host sites to do those conversations. We're not putting that on church secretaries or pastors or business owners. They call our case manager deals with that.
What do you think is going to look like 3 to 5 years from now? As in, we're starting a program at a certain level, whatever we do here. Any thoughts on that?
Well, the bottleneck is always, I'm going to say the obvious thing, the bottleneck is obviously affordable subsidized housing. That's the bottleneck. And maybe that's our next venture. Maybe we get safe parking off the ground and we turn our attention to that. But I think in terms of funding, there's additional funding out there. Obviously, a win is not to operate this program in perpetuity. It's to get folks into stable housing. I think the campground idea is great. There are a number of folks who are good with their RV. They're content with that level of housing. And so, and I would say, I believe everybody who's come through our program has some level of income, and so they're able, in a private market kind of enterprise scenario, to probably do that. But RV parks right now are going to be on the low end $600 a month, and on the high end $900 a month, which used to rent you an apartment. But they're not even accessible right now because they're booked out in the summer. Workforce housing, contractors, I mean, if you go to any of the RV sites around, they're just overloaded with RVs as they are. And so if I was a private investor, I would want to look real hard at the possibility for expanding your idea about RV parks.
Well, it's something we need to commit to, because a private investor says, you mean I can put X amount of homes on a couple acres and sell them for $500,000 a piece? RV park doesn't pencil. I mean, that's the weird part.
It was like a manufactured home park that's in Deschutes County. Met with them, maybe like 5 months ago. We really were like hoping we could find an opportunity. They had land. It ended up, we looked at the zoning. No, they couldn't expand. And just this morning, I saw they put it up for sale. Like, they're done. So, and it's really, really too bad, because they had extra land, but yet because of zoning laws, they couldn't add more affordable housing here in Deschutes County. I mean, I was really sad to see it, because I thought, okay, we're going to try and help somebody increase their capacity, and it's really hard.
I think you're right to look at it with this perspective. If this is a ladder, it's creating various rungs to move people back into stability and connection in healthy neighborly relationships, and trying to avoid scenarios where we isolate and compress poverty or homelessness, trying to avoid those scenarios. And so, yeah, there's a pipeline here, there's a ladder, and every rung's going to need some work.
Well, then again, we just heard a major restaurant, it was closing because they were out of employees. So we have a tremendous disconnect at this moment in time. We really, we're missing a lot of workforce. So hopefully, working on it from your end could make a difference.
Well, I'm supportive of doing something here. This is our ARPA discussion.
We're we're moving a little bit off of the ARPA safe parking discussion, but I just wanted to note again for the full board that mobile home parks and RV parks and campgrounds, the land use is different around all three of those, and there are not restrictions on developing campgrounds in many of the zones in the county. There's just not the market appetite to do that. The challenge for us, if we're talking about that as a longer-term transitional housing opportunity for people, is that if someone does develop those campgrounds, they will face the 30 out of 60-day cap. So you can get a conditional use permit in many of the zones in the rural county to build a campground, but if you want to offer people a longer-term kind of transitional housing opportunity, we need to get the emergency shelter siting guidelines for the state broadened so that campgrounds can offer people more than 30 days within a 60 consecutive day period. Mobile home parks much more complicated, and we have the information on that. But if we're interested in campgrounds, I suggest that we legislatively just keep flagging that there's a real opportunity just to ask for a minor tweak of House Bill 2006 to be able to do what many people are saying they're interested in doing with campgrounds in our community. But to go back to the topic at hand, first off, I just wanted to thank Pastor Russell for his work to develop these opportunities for our community. This is an extremely cost-effective way and cost-effective and effective way to move people out of unauthorized camping situations, onto a pathway towards housing and employment and reintegration with the community. I wanted to thank the city of Redmond for working with this program and supporting it financially, potentially with sites. I wanted to thank the Redmond PD for all the work that you do with all these service providers. That coordination is what makes programs, is part of what makes programs like this work. And I'm very excited for the county to also be a partner in this effort. I would hope that we can provide funding at least at the level that the city of Redmond is providing to match that. And I would also be really interested in exploring whether the county could offer a couple of sites for safe parking within county property.
So optimizing the Central Oregon Health Council match would be about this $197,000 commitment. So we're talking a kind of 2-year project at that point.
Correct. We'd like to create a 2-year runway. So if the county was to put in $197,000, that would be matched dollar for dollar and provide year 2 of those services. That gives us a 2-year runway to operate the program and begin to look beyond 2 years for how it will continue to operate after that.
So is there a motion?
So how do we come, your spreadsheet talks about 197,950. Is that the right number? Or should it be 200,000? I'm just thinking of a round number.
I mean, 200,000, the contract will be for whatever the motion's for. So 200,000, I think, probably optimizes the $250,000 match slightly more, but it's a small difference at this point.
Yeah.
But St. Charles hasn't approved it, so.
The Health Council or?
No, St. Charles. You have 7,500 here you're asking for from St. Charles, but you said that has not been approved.
Correct. That's correct.
So, okay. Well, we want you to be sure and get the match from the Health Council, your maximum match. And has the $50,000 that the city allocated a year ago, November, October, has that been utilized at all?
Yes, we're currently kind of drawing down on those funds.
Okay, but you can use that in the calculation?
Correct.
Even though you've drawn
So
down?
their maximum matching amount is $250,000, and the city contributed 50. We were able to match about 44,000 of that. So in order to maximize the amount of match, I think the exact dollar figure would be something like $205,000 and 100 or something like that.
Okay.
I propose $200,000 ARPA allocation for the Redmond Safe Parking Program.
I'll second.
Okay, any further discussion? Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
And Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. So
Thank you very
Rick.
much.
Thank you. I really can't say enough about how much I appreciate that support and how hard we will work to make sure that it's put to use and effective in producing results that are best for our community. So thank you for that support.
No, thank you for what you do and your leadership.
Yeah.
And it's really appreciated. And
Yeah.
everyone.
And just from a very practical point of view for the county, I mean, these sites or these authorized places where people are allowed to be and where they will be, that will be regulated and managed, and where there'll be wraparound services to help people get on track, are critically important to us as landowner, because we have a lot of people who are unauthorized camping on county land who we need a place for them to go. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
We will be sure to keep this on our radar for one of our upcoming joint meetings with the city council and keep everybody updated on progress.
Okay, yes, everyone that says yes. Yes, don't let them escape. Make them.
All right. Thank you very much.
No, thank you. Dan, I just wanted to say that I did talk to the Friends of the Children last Thursday night, and I was given the possibility that they want to expand into Lapine with several I believe, 2 mentors for the kids in Lapine, and the Friends of the Children will select kindergartners that they have a mentor help for the next 12 years. So it's a very expensive program, but incredibly successful. So I believe Rachel's probably going to come to us with like a $100,000 ask.
The proposal, okay.
And I know that Ronald McDonald was asking for more funding to finish their project. And then you just did get the Sisters Park and Recreation ask.
That's correct. And I'm happy to go over all of
Okay.
those.
I just didn't want to have somebody, those are the ones I know not to miss.
Right, so our ARPA proposal, our balance now is at $777,000 roughly. There's $1.7 million left in the health reserve approximately as well. After that funding, one thing that we had all discussed was the Lapine Senior Center proposal for expansion of food assistance expansion for primarily seniors. That's also serving part of a qualified census tract. That was a $30,000 proposal, and I know we had talked about potentially discussing that, so I wanted to bring that up to the commissioners at this point in time.
Great. And we finally did, that document from Jamie does, actually, it qualifies now, the way it's written.
Correct.
So we would be able to fund that. Okay. I know it's a huge, they've missed out on a lot of things in Lapine, so I'm glad we got that in. If there's any other discussion on it?
So, yeah, I mean, if we're ready, we can probably see if we can spend some more money, I guess, is the concept here. So I would support that, Lapine Senior Center ask. I know they've been trying to figure out multiple different angles of services that could be funded. So, yeah, with that $30,000 ask, I'd move approval.
I'll second.
Any further discussion? Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes.
And what line is that on? I'm trying to.
Where is it?
I am not sure, I'd have to look, I'm not sure that it's on or updated at this point in time, because it was.
In the food assistance.
Right.
Right.
Right, and I don't believe it's there right now, because the proposal's gone through a couple stages, and this is the first eligible one, but this would bring us down to $747,000 in the balance approximately. So I will go ahead and add this for the next update. And then another proposal that we received was these, kind of a second ask from the Ronald McDonald House Charities here to expand for their capital need, and I believe they're asking us for $100,000. And this just came in yesterday, so I don't believe it was also on this at the time that we published it.
So I had communicated with Lauren Olander on this, and she did mention that they've got the project going. It's an opportunity to, kind of get to the finish line for fundraising on this capital project. She talked about ADA accessibility. So she did provide a good letter defining their need at this point.
They, in their letter, they said they decided to listen to community feedback and build an additional suite that is ADA compliant, remodeled the kitchen with ADA accessibility, upgrade a second bathroom to have ADA facilities and include ADA ramps, doorways, and parking spots to our exterior to meet all family needs.
As I say, the concept that I support is, now that they're started, is really getting it done. So, I mean, I'm supportive of this again, spending money today, but just the fact that this will really help them get the project completed as the economy's changing, construction costs are changing, so as to empower them for completion.
I actually heard that lumber was going down like 60%. That was through a broker. And so, interesting, isn't it? I know the boards I bought, the 2x10s were $40 a piece a while ago. So, yeah. So things are changing at the top. I just want to make sure that if we are able to consider the Friends of the Children especially if they can do something in La Pine. I was at a potluck in Sun River 2 months ago, and everyone at my table they were all retired teachers and principals from the community, or they'd retired in Sun River, and they all focused their attention on La Pine, what they could do for the students of La Pine. And I thought, when Rachel mentioned the other day that they realized that their program needs to pick up a couple students that they could truly make a difference with, I thought, well, this is important. So I think when she gets her letter in, I think she was going to ask for like 100,000. And what, we're at 740,000 now, the balance?
747, yeah.
Okay. 747? Okay.
Mhm.
All right.
Since we made the initial investment in the Ronald McDonald House, I would really like to see what else new shakes out before we make a second allocation. That would be my preference. I definitely appreciate the need for the project, and I'm really glad that we made an initial investment in it. That was, if I remember correctly, it was our very first ARPA allocation.
Yes.
Before the folks who were the first ones in, circle back around to make a second request, I would like to see. I would just like to give a little bit more time to see who else in the community who we haven't heard from yet has had what they have that they're working on that might need some support.
One of the thoughts might be just to, kind of set a date out. I don't know if, Dan, are you kind of bringing this back monthly, or I don't know?
It's completely up to the commissioners. I was going to ask at the end when you want me to come back. We have, just so folks know, we have 3 proposals that are being looked at for eligibility right now. I don't know that all of them will be eligible. That does not include the Friends of the Children, so that would be a 4th one.
Right, you haven't got that one.
And I was just going to briefly go over some of the details. One is the Sisters Park and Recreation District, which I did find that half of it is eligible. So they were kind of 2 proposals. One was for senior classes and a personnel staff member to help seniors in the Sisters area. And then another was for expanding childcare. And the expansion of the childcare, which was the $25,000 ask, was eligible. The senior ask is not specifically called out in ARPA as a disproportionately affected population, so it wasn't eligible. So I have an email out to Jennifer Holland, and we're either going to discuss that proposal some more or bring it back to the board for just that $25,000 piece.
But Dan, do you think she can apply for that $500,000 that we set aside for childcare?
Well, that's a good question, and I did reach out to Neighbor Impact, and they do have a survey ready, but we're really working on, we haven't got the contract to them, we haven't gone through the full contract phase.
You haven't?
No, we have not fully finished their contract, so we're waiting to kind of etch that out. But that's a good question, because initially the dollars were to kind of go to small business, mom and pop childcares, and of course Sisters Park and Rec is not technically a small business, so.
Okay, all right. So only the 25,000 then is eligible, so, okay.
As of now.
As of now.
So I was just thinking, let's maybe just bring it around again, maybe, either a month from now or even more, 5 or 6 weeks from now, to think, okay, there'll be another point in time where we'll make some choices. You're saying, see what else comes out. I haven't seen a lot of activity.
Well, I mean,
But it could be a time to review what would we want to invest in, maybe that's the flip the choice.
As people have been asking, I mean, I certainly have been, I'm still hearing people making requests, and my general statement to them is there's almost none left. So, I haven't been necessarily encouraging those people to put in requests. So, that's part of what my hesitation at, going back and investing one of our, again, a second time in one of our.
Well, that's fine. But, so, maybe it's the willingness of this board. I mean, would we want to make a commitment to have these allocations out in any sense. You know, I mean, if there's $700,000, is it available right now, or are we standing by? You know, I guess, you know, what's the will of the board is what I'm thinking out loud.
I would like to meet again, if we could, July 20th. That's a month away, and, you know, if we did do any for Ronald McDonald House, we're kind of giving the community notice. That would give them a couple weeks' time to get their applications in and have it confirmed that it was ARPA eligible. So I do think that's important. And then the other thing that Dan pointed out was the fact that we've funded some capital projects, and if those capital projects don't happen on a timely basis, then that money actually will come back and will have to be sent back. Right, Dan? That's a true
Correct.
concern.
And yeah, I mean, capital projects need to be started by the end of '24, calendar year '24, and they need to be completed by the end of '26, calendar year '26. And of course, with kind of supply chain issues and cost of lumber and whatnot, and just the RFP and the federal requirements, and we do take some time to get our contracts out as well. We just want to make sure that timeline keeps going for those capital projects, because we have over 25 million plus in capital projects for this ARPA proposal, I believe. So
25 million.
I believe a good portion of this, when you talk about affordable housing and childcare and the homeless, it's probably actually more than that in capital outlay.
Okay, more.
And then I guess we did receive a proposal from the Society of St. Vincent de Paul in Redmond, Oregon. It was a capital project proposal. They say that they have inadequate storage area for food and giving closet items, including expanding their outdoor living equipment items, which I assume would be for those that are experiencing houselessness, including tents. And so they're looking for storage there. They're planning on buying some properties, and their ask is for the remaining ARPA funds. They've asked for $1 million or whatever the remaining ARPA funds are at some point. So that is one that we received, and then one that I'll be looking into eligibility, which will take some time, is around control valves and water leaks through a Redmond water distribution company. And of course, the ARPA requirements with the drinking water state revolving fund is not in my necessarily wheelhouse, so we might have to ask some folks and get their expertise on that. So, yeah.
Yeah, so as I say, let's set up for a meeting in the future, and we're going to be ready to make some decisions or figure out where we want to go.
Does that work with your schedule for July 20th then?
July 20th should work.
Okay.
I mean, I would also see some value in holding $500,000 back till 2023, because there will be, I mean, our time frame for expending ARPA funds is long, and it seems like really good projects, they do kind of fall out of the sky on a pretty regular basis. So there's being able to be responsive to some extremely high priority need and great strategic investment opportunity next year there's benefit to that. But
Well, and that's good to know, so as I say, if I'm thinking we're going to, make commitments to the remaining dollars, and you're thinking we want to hold on to some amount, we should communicate that just so we're kind of on the same page.
I mean, so I'm just putting that out as a proposal as well, for something for us to think about.
Well, yep, we'll talk about it in a few weeks then.
Okay. That would be 3 weeks. Great.
Okay.
Thank you, Dan.
Thank you.
All right, item number 15. Lee Randall?
Talk about project ideas, here we go.
All right. Well, good morning, Lee Randall, Facilities Director, and I'll just introduce who we have here as well. And this is regarding the Oregon Department of Energy Community Renewable Grant application, and we have some potential projects to discuss with the board today. So with me is Josh Clausen, our project coordinator, Lieutenant Bailey from the Sheriff's Office, and then on Zoom, Chris Doty with Deschutes County Road Department is joining us, and potentially there are a couple others who may or may not be able to join us, Randy McCauley and Jeff Hines from Fair and Expo. I think they both had previous commitments and may not be able to join us, but what I'd like to do is, I think you're all familiar with the program from previous discussions. We can give a quick high-level overview of that, and then provide a summary of some projects that Josh has worked with each of the groups to come up with a description for possible inclusion in a grant application. So the big picture is that the Oregon legislature created the Community Renewable Energy Grant Program to support projects across the state. It has a budget of $50 million to be dispersed, the first dispersal to be $12 million, specifically for renewable energy and energy resilience projects. And today we're here to present a few options to the board for your direction on including those in a grant application. The applications are due July 8th, and we're prepared to, once we have board's direction, to finalize that application and submit it. Any questions thus far?
So this is for Commissioner Chang. Do you have a feel for the program? They're expecting energy generation, like, making power, or because, some of these are, I've heard, we're seeing solar panels, battery backups, and car charger stations. Is there always a function of creating power somehow in this? I don't know if you thought that much.
It's broader than power. So,
Energy,
electricity is one form, the Mount Bachelor project, for example, that's thermal energy. It's BTUs, it's not kilowatt hours. But I think that there's always an expectation of renewable energy generation, but there's certainly, the more interested the state gets in resilience, the more you need ways to be able to store energy as well. So I would expect most of the resilience projects to come forward with some kind of storage, generation and storage.
There'll be an expectation of generation, I guess. That's exactly my question. So there is that.
Yeah.
That was what I was wondering. Okay. Thank you.
So I'll just work through the 4 projects that we had identified. Josh was our primary person putting this information together, and he's available for specific questions that may come up. But I'll do a quick overview of the 4, and then we'll be open to questions or discussion. So the first one that we have on the information we provided to the board is at the Deschutes County Fair and Expo Center. It's related to drilling a new well, having solar power and EV charging, and having that well be on battery backup. That's the quick summary. In terms of the grant request, we would propose to request the full possible amount for planning, full amount for construction, and then also for board discussion, this would be a potential area to use matching funds from the green energy component of the courthouse expansion, which is a state requirement for 1.5% of the hard construction costs for projects over $5 million, that there be a green energy component. And the regulations for use of those funds are pretty broad, and so they actually welcome using them in conjunction with larger projects and trying to use those funds to leverage a better outcome generally. So that's the brief overview of the first one. The second one is also at the Fair and Expo Center, related to upgrading the existing well, and again adding solar power, EV charging, battery backup so that it could operate off solar power when the grid is down. Relating in terms of funding, that the same amounts apply. Related to the fairgrounds in general, I'm not sure if Jeff has had a chance to join us, but as we all know, the fairgrounds is integral to our emergency response, and as is the road department. So we'll touch on that as well when we talk about the road department projects. The Deschutes County Road Department project would be related to solar power, EV charging, being able to potentially power the fuel station, provide EV charging for fleet vehicles, and then help and contribute to the county emergency response and having a separate power supply for the road department. And again, that plays into the sheriff's office emergency response capabilities and their how in the close work that in relationship there is between road department response, sheriff's office response as well. And Chris is online with us, and I'll let Chris add to the story.
Thank you, Lee. Morning, board. Chris Doty, Road Department. You know, we had budgeted, I think, $260,000 for replacement of our power system within our maintenance buildings in this upcoming fiscal year. This grant opportunity comes along at a time where, yeah, we still have that need, and we'll still need to make that expenditure and make that replacement, but it might give us an opportunity to leverage some of that investment in terms of match in a different way that might be attractive to this grant program. So when Lee came along with this opportunity, it just made a lot of sense to throw in on this grant opportunity and see if we can't, get something additional by leveraging our investment.
So, Chris, how many electric fleet vehicles do we have now?
I'll let Randy chime in on that. We do not have any exclusive plug-in at the road department. There's several that are on order, I think, in community development. And that might be at the extent of where we're at now with 100% electric.
So, Randy McCulley, fleet manager. We have 2 Ford F-150s on order now for CDD, and they actually should be arriving within the next month or so. And we've added just a small charger to the shop right now, and they're working on additional infrastructure. So as a county, we do need to focus on infrastructure moving forward so we can charge the vehicles that we purchase. But right now, just 2.
But those are for the CDD department?
Yes.
But they'd have to charge them over at the road department?
No, so we don't currently have any. We would need charging, like additional charging infrastructure to do that. So those vehicles just became available. CDD was ready to move, and we will be, as it becomes feasible, we will be adding to our fleet also, and probably across the county as the infrastructure becomes available.
Thank you, Randy. Any other questions on item 3?
Okay. So the sheriff's office component, we wanted to address the substations in the rural parts of the county and how we might improve resilience there. Right now, in terms of concept, those would specifically be related to adding a hybrid grid-tied and battery backup solar system to support those operations in the event that we were without power for a significant amount of time. We could also include some EV chargers for fleet. I believe for the sheriff's office, that's building that infrastructure may not be as large of a priority. And then, like I mentioned before, I think the other thing to bear in mind is how closely Sheriff's Office Emergency Services work directly with both the Road Department and Fair and Expo. And so there's a public safety component to both of those projects as well that dovetails well with the Sheriff's Office mission. And Lieutenant Bailey is here if you have any questions related to that part of that component of potential application projects.
Okay, thank you.
Generally speaking, that's kind of, we're happy to delve into any of these projects in more detail. Josh is very well versed and has been our primary person in putting together this information and has a lot of experience and background with both solar system installation and EV charging. And so, so we're happy to answer any questions or just open it up for the board to discuss direction.
Is the solar system at the fairgrounds online, the one that's on the roof currently? I see Jeff's available now, too.
Yeah, Jeff may be able to speak to that.
I think it's simple, it's a good, oh, there he is.
Hey guys, I apologize. I'm had back-to-back meetings, so I am here and on the grounds. And yes, our solar system that's mounted on the roof of the office and the event center are both operational currently.
And this would add more solar capacity to the, or just, the panels would be maybe on that same roof, because I know there's a lot more room up there.
Actually, you want to speak to that?
They could be, but they don't have to be. And so that is a good place for item number 2, where there's the existing well and it's co-located with the indoor arena. So that roof could be a source, a site for those panels to sit. For item number 1, it's far enough removed that we would have a totally different array.
Okay.
Yeah.
One of my questions is about the planning grants and the implementation grants and the sequencing of those. So, I mean, you've listed planning grant options and then construction cost options. Are we, and I assume since there's $100,000 and $1 million caps, that we would be, each of these would be a discrete ask. I mean, the way that the solicitation is packaged, can you submit, we want $100,000 to plan this project and $1 million to construct it?
Yeah,
Or do they want you to put in, have a planning grant and then come back later for construction?
Yeah, so you would simultaneously put in a planning grant request and then a construction grant request.
Okay. And they encourage that, or?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. It's oftentimes with projects, they want you to know exactly what you're doing first.
Yeah.
And then
the way they have this structured, honestly, the planning grant is kind of open-ended. They don't want any site plans, they don't want specific engineering information, they just wanted an idea. And so we easily have that ready to go.
But they haven't said, and we want you to complete a planning grant project before you come for construction dollars.
No, that has not been stipulated.
So what about water rights at the fairgrounds? A new well is a well, but do we have the rights for pulling that water?
That would be a question for Jeff if he's still available. We haven't focused on that part of it. That the fairgrounds has been working on water and well issues for several years, so he'd have more information.
So just, what's the general feel for water rights there, Jeff?
Yeah, I don't have a specific answer on if we have additional water rights. Initially, when the first concept came aboard on this, would be we're in the plans of needing to redo our well because of the loss of water that we had on the existing well. Mm-hmm. And that was kind of phase 1. In order to move forward on additional wells, we'd have to do some research to see if there are additional rights available.
That'd be part of the planning.
But with the existing well, we're basically not, we're not extracting our full right at this point in time. Is that?
That's correct. Yeah, we've dropped our flow rates from around, I believe it's about 700 gallons per minute to about 350 if I have my numbers correct. So we're pumping about half of what we should be able to out of that well, just through loss of the water that's available to us at that depth.
Jeff, what did you just say the gallons per minute was?
I believe, and don't quote me on this, Commissioner Adair, I'll get you follow-up information that's 100% accurate, but it should be was about 700 gallons per minute, and I believe we've dropped down to about 350. I'll
Okay,
confirm that.
because our document is totally wrong. I was looking at this going, it says 700,000 gallons per minute, and I'm going like, wow, I believe the second biggest well in the state is 4,000 gallons a minute. And I was thinking like, this couldn't possibly be accurate, so.
We need to move the
Yeah,
decimal
like,
point over.
yeah, like somebody, okay.
My apologies, I missed that typo.
Yeah, truly, that is a typo, because somebody could be watching this and thinking that we have a well that's doing 700,000. Oh, my gosh. Okay, so 700, and it's gone down to 350 then. So we could actually improve that back to where it was. And we wouldn't have to have water rights in order to do some redrilling, whatever.
Well, so in the big picture, I'm excited that we're, helping sponsor Mount Bachelor and the biomass facility, for BTU Energy. These are all kind of fit the same cookie cutter design of a solar panel, possible batteries, electric charging, resiliency, redundant backup power. So, I'm excited about all these. I don't see any real downside in putting in, either one, two, or all of them, just so they're in the pool of ideas, too.
Yeah, the number that we submit, I think, might, in my mind, might depend a lot on what kind of feedback we get from the grant program staff. Just like,
Yeah.
we don't want to see 8 applications from the same entity, or maybe they'll say, yeah, just send them all in and and we'll consider them all.
So we don't know that yet.
Yeah, it is, I think for us, it does also raise the question of if we really have priorities, and you submit 4, and they pick your priority number 3, then did you just miss out on a chance to get your priority number 1 funded? So
I would think working on our well, if that's something, number 2, I think it would be a good idea. I don't know, I just tried to get funding for a lot of grants for projects in Central, our community, Region 4, for COAC, and thank goodness Portland's been eliminated in this, because the port got $7 million when I was working on the $46 million. So I'm glad to know that Portland will not be getting any of the funding, but it's only $12 million. So I'm sure, I would think if we did one of these, we would be, if Mount Bachelor's already been submitted, that would be more than what we're going to get for our area.
And then one other idea is maybe promoting a battery backup a little more, just the concept, So if we have solar panels, being able to store that energy using it at night, or, being able to have it on-site for other purposes, just maybe an exciting area to promote, on-site energy storage.
Do we have any RV parking spots at the county fair? We don't, do we? I don't remember seeing any.
at the Fair and Expo,
At the fairgrounds, at Fair and Expo grounds.
we have a whole RV park.
Well, I meant if you've got a car and you want to charge it while you're visiting the fair for the day, do we have any, is that something that if we added it?
So EV charging.
Yeah, just,
for cars.
I know they're doing funding for it, but what if we just made it a little more enticing?
Well, one of the things society needs to figure out a little bit is, what does it mean to have EV charging? Is it a transition technology we're trying to promote? Are we trying to compete with other private opportunities for charging for a profit? Are we trying to give away energy so people drive electric cars? I just think of, there used to be gas stations and somebody's job was to pump gas and fix cars, and now the future's going to be very different. And I'm not even judging there, but what would be the purpose of providing electric charging at the fairgrounds, and would we want to charge a market rate for it?
Can we make money on it? Do you have to pay when you charge your
Well,
car?
so when I charge at home, it's 7 cents a kilowatt hour. When I use a Tesla charger, it's 40 cents a kilowatt hour. Hopefully, I don't know if they're making money on that, but it's a lot more of a market rate charge for that service. I'm just pointing out that, are we charging the right amounts or not? I don't know. Are we just trying to give it away to promote electric cars?
Making more business for power companies.
Yeah, but what's the why behind it is all I was thinking.
Well, we have a deadline, it's July 8th, so we have to make a decision. Is there,
Yes, I would.
I'll just add, for what we have as project number 2, we could include, and I think we suggest the opportunity to include charging, EV vehicle charging. And if we were to do that, the board would have the opportunity to set a rate for what the cost of the kilowatt hour for someone to charge at those stations. So that is a component that we've included as a possibility within project number 2. Where they would go, how they'd be utilized, a lot of that would be working with Jeff and his staff to identify good locations for those and how they would be accessed by the public or by vendors who are there for events, et cetera. But they would have the capability to be able to, for people to pay for, to be able to charge.
I mean, speaking to like the item number 1 versus item number 2, you can imagine a scenario where it's simpler and cheaper to drill a new well and set up a new system than to fix the old one. And to speak to the water rights issue, it's also not necessarily that hard to switch your point of diversion, or in this case, your well location, with your same right. So I mean, there may be. I don't know if we've costed this all out, but if it's easier and simpler to just create a new well and create the solar array and battery setup at that new location, than to fix the old one, I'd like us to keep that as an option open, which would mean either A, before you submit, you figure out which one is kind of the path of least resistance, most cost effective, or B, you just kind of write a little bit more general of a proposal, like we want to improve the water reliability, the water supply reliability at the fairgrounds. It may look like this or it may look like that.
We may be able to have a planning component for both, and then part of that planning process, and we could write it this way in the application, that part of the planning process is to determine the feasibility of a new well versus improvements to the old well. But in each case, they would have all of those components of off-grid EV charging, being able to run the pump itself from solar energy through the battery backup off-grid, and being able to provide potable water in the event of a major emergency. So I think we could probably find a way to write the application which said the planning is for these 3 or 4 components, and part of the planning is to determine which path is most feasible.
Yeah, or maybe you keep the old well as a secondary. It becomes your backup secondary, and the new well is the primary.
well, I know the private industry, private people have a really hard time buying water rights in today's world. So, and this one also has a mistake on it. It says 500,000. So, like, okay, guys, we have a well at my house, and I know it is 25 gallons a minute. So, yeah, and I watch it all the time because I'm like, okay, what does 25 gallons look like? But truly, are there rights? I mean, because we are a government agency, are there water rights that we're eligible to buy, but other people can't? So,
Well, we probably have rights for the green space of the fairgrounds. I mean, from 25 years ago, probably. We just don't know the facts right now.
yeah, we don't have the facts.
We don't know how big our right
So
is.
I'm supportive of application or a couple of applications from Deschutes County. I do support, if we're going to go down this path of the Community Renewable Energy Grant Program, the intention to, generate power, but also I do support, the battery storage something there too. Because I just know from the industry, once you have lots and lots of solar on there, the value is storing it and using it off cycle somehow. So
And there's, I mean, I think to capture the full points for a resilience project, we're going to have to show that we can store the power, because, their goal is I think the state's goal with the fairgrounds will be to know that there's places where, thousands of refugees from the Cascadia earthquake event can go. And if the power lines into the region are down, there's still going to be electricity to run the facility. So it's great to have generation there, but without batteries, then we won't necessarily have lights and water for people in the middle of the night. So.
Yeah, and our initial plan is to build 3 to 4 days of autonomy into the battery system. So even if it's a really stormy, cloudy week, we'll still have days where we have enough power.
Right. But I also think maybe we don't want to submit 8 proposals, but some mix of planning and construction proposals seems, that seems pretty reasonable.
Yeah, and I believe, I don't want to speak for Lee, but I believe these are just options, things we, ideas we're considering. And if we walk away from this meeting going, hey, this is our focus, that's exactly what we're looking for.
And it is disappointing to read that the Sisters substation has no backup power source.
That is none.
So that's something really that we need to take care of, don't we, Lieutenant Bailey? Because that's not good. So I know I called Generac about a year ago, and they never called me back. And then I heard that they don't service here in Central Oregon, and so I'm like, oh my gosh, yeah, what is it we do in order, just in case we have those blackouts?
And we recognize as well that we would have the ability to apply in future cycles. And our goal is to make sure we take advantage of this first cycle, and that we're one of the leaders right out of the gate in taking advantage of this opportunity. So that doesn't keep us from applying in the future as well.
So with that said, I support kind of fairground and the road department project kind of down the same path. And then, public safety can be follow on right after that. So because they don't want to be a, prove the technology situation. They need to just be, ready to go.
Resourceful.
Well, whatever the terminology.
It sounds like was I following Chris correctly, that basically those guys are close to construction, so like there's not necessarily need for planning for that project? Or
You mean the fact that he has $260,000 budgeted?
for this year?
Money. Yeah, we've got the amount budgeted, but we haven't initiated any planning or anything like that. So we're starting from scratch.
Okay, because grant cycles like this, you submit in a couple weeks, and it's going to take them like 4 months to review stuff, and then it'll take them a few more months to get you a contract. And so, Chris, if you were planning on having that project, getting into that project this year, saying you're going to wait for for planning grant money from them, that may not be.
Yeah, I think it's worth waiting, to see if we're successful or not.
Okay.
It's replacing an old system that although has exceeded its life cycle, we're not on a nice blade edge here with our system at present. It just needs to be replaced. So we can wait it out for what it's worth.
Sounds like a smart idea. So do we have enough direction to go forward?
I think so. And I guess the question would be if you wanted to direct and approve the grant application at this time, or we prepare the final application and would return to the board.
But we still have time to return to the board, don't we?
We would need
By
to
next
come back
Wednesday?
next week.
Right.
So,
I really would like it if you guys could talk to the program, the grant program staff, and just say, if we submit 4 or 5 proposals, does it look like we're being greedy and like, are people, you know, our reviewers not going to look favorably on that? I mean, you know, maybe it does, maybe it doesn't, but it would just be a good thing to get a sense from them of how they perceive that.
From my experience, the Central Region 4's grants were the most highly funded of the 5 regions in the state. We weren't asking for that much funding when you compared, and we got the least. So, you know, who knows what really works? But it was very disappointing because we had a couple projects that needed, you know, a couple million to finish them. The North Klamath Mill getting 600 freight trucks off, and Burlington Northern was going to pick them up, and that didn't happen. And then the other project was at Madras at Erickson, and they were asking for a little bit of funding to finish their maintenance building. Neither one of those happened, and yet they funded $13.9 million to an Astoria project. $13.9 million, the 2 projects and the Port of Portland, those 2 projects got 46% of the $46 million. And it was, I said, like, can't we just give the project that's asking for $14 million, $8 million in order, and then our 2 projects could have gotten funded. It's a game out there, so.
And every state grant program is different. I mean, the
Right.
Senate Bill 762 landscape resiliency funding, we got a third of the funding for the entire state.
Well,
right here, so.
Okay,
so-
well, we do live in the fire zone, so.
We do, yeah, but you know, every grant program is going to be different, so it'd be great to talk to the specific program staff for this program.
All right.
So I'd be supportive of, I mean, do we need like a chair signature, or just who would sign the grant, or Nick, or?
You could authorize Nick's signature, sure.
You know, so I mean, I don't mind pre-authorizing and, you know, just keep us informed as it's going on, because this is just the beginning of a couple-year cycle, it sounds like anyways.
That works for me.
So I'll move approval of county administrator signature of a grant application to be finalized to the Department of Energy Community Renewable Energy Grant Program.
Applications?
I was referring to multiple projects, but yeah, applications is fine, yep.
Second.
Any further discussion? Mr. DeBonne?
Yes.
Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
Okay. Chair votes yes.
And just, yeah, email us as they get finalized.
Thanks for envisioning some cool projects.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, we're down to item number 16, and I believe Ed is in the room. Ed?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Ed Keith, County Forester. This item is regarding a resolution for public use fire restrictions on unprotected land. So we define unprotected lands as lands within Deschutes County that are not protected by either the Oregon Department of Forestry or a structural fire department. I would recognize that the unprotected lands do have a minimal amount of protection through, or some of the unprotected lands have a minimal amount of protection through a Rangeland Fire Protection Association. But for this purpose, we're defining them as unprotected. So unprotected lands and county-owned lands, there's a variety of restrictions. These have been enacted for the past 8 years by the board through resolution. Including all the activities listed on Exhibit 1. These are basically taken from the Oregon Department of Forestry's public use restrictions, so they're meant to mirror restrictions that the ODF places each year on their forest protection district. Those are set to be enacted by ODF on July 1st. So we try to time this to, as near as possible, the nearest board meeting to when ODF enacts theirs, so that the public is kind of getting the same message regardless of the jurisdiction. And so a similar set of regulations. The jurisdictions are different, but similar timing. And of course, we always are looking at the current conditions of the fuels and the fire danger indices, which we have seen luckily a nice, cool, wet spring, but the last week or so with the hotter temperatures, those indices are starting to rise and are now slightly above the 10-year average, not at the peak of record-breaking. So we're a little bit below a few of our past years, but are seeing those indices rise. So the idea is to enact these, should you so choose today, they end by default on October 15th, which has been a typical time of year where we see temperatures start to drop and getting some seasonal moisture in. The board can also choose, and has in the past during a few years, to rescind them earlier if the conditions warrant. We do have a method should a landowner be overly burdened and need to do an activity that's restricted, to provide a waiver as well. So it's been, I'd say, very limited, but there have been an occasion or two where a landowner needed to conduct an activity, and I've worked with them to provide a waiver, provided that they were able to provide firefighting equipment, water supply, those sorts of things to mitigate the activity that they needed to do. For example, blasting at a rock pit or something like that to develop rock for a road project or something like that. So we do have that ability as well if somebody's overly burdened by these restrictions. So with that, I'd take any questions or could clarify anything in regards to these restrictions, proposed restrictions.
Ed, I just want to thank you for this. The one restriction, it's very specific, where it says you have to have 1 shovel and 1 gallon of water. And honestly, I think it's good for everybody driving around to have a shovel and some water in your vehicle in the summertime. So just to remind the community, you can actually stop a fire if it's small enough with dirt. So it's good to have a shovel in your
Sure.
vehicle.
Yeah, a lot of these, I would say a lot of these are hopefully good common sense, either prohibition of activities, don't mow dry grass at the hottest time of the day, or don't run your chainsaw at the hottest time of the day. Carry something if you happen to cause a small fire or come across a very small fire that you could easily put out. You have those tools available. So yes, hopefully most of these are not overly restrictive, but things that we know cause fires, or hopefully kind of common practice.
One of my questions was, so thinking about how many unauthorized homeless encampments we have on county land, I particularly noticed, with this year, looking at this policy, that this affects lands owned by Deschutes County. And I am wondering, in a place like East Redmond, where it's within the fire district, but it's county-owned land, are we basically kind of doubling up on rules with them, or are we, do our rules sort of kind of supersede theirs, or?
I would have to double check the jurisdiction for one, because I'm not sure that all those lands are technically in the Redmond Fire Structural Protection District. But let's assume that they are. I'm not sure that they are, or are in their entirety. But I would say no, we're not doubling up, with the exception of possibly the second bullet on the exhibit, which are open fires are prohibited, including campfires. So Redmond Fire does restrict campfires. A lot of the fire districts do not restrict several of the things that are on this list. The Oregon Department of Forestry does, but the districts that are outside of ODF's jurisdiction usually don't get into cutting and grinding of metal or mowing of dried grass, use of chainsaws. So with the exception of the kind of the open burning piece of this, I don't know that it's necessarily redundant or overly restrictive. Okay, so it does go out to the county line. Okay, great. I couldn't remember off the top of my head, but.
Yeah. And, you know, there was a question about, you know, jurisdiction and overlapping rules and stuff like that. But I mean, well, you know, one of my practical questions about this is, you know, so if we, you know, if we pass these rules that affect this policy that affects, you know, all county-owned property, do we actually have capacity to, you know, in places, in areas like that where there is, you know, substantial amounts of encampments, of unauthorized encampments, which emphasize, like, do we have the capacity to actually, you know, enforce the regulation?
Right, it's a good question, and I would also, just coming to my mind, that it is an ongoing thing that at all times of the year, open burning is prohibited on all county lands by county code. Right. So the open burning piece of that, I would say, is probably better enforced through county code.
Okay.
But generally, the answer to your question would be no. There is not capacity to necessarily enforce this, but there. It does give us the ability to say, either for people that call me or for an officer that would already be out visiting with somebody, to say this is not allowed. So I wouldn't say that we're going to be potentially actively enforcing this by this goes into effect and we're going to go around and post this in 50 places and enforce it, but it does give us the ability. I certainly get calls of people asking for, is this allowed or not, wanting to do the right thing, and I can say, this is allowed, this is not allowed, and I think it gives the sheriff's office the same ability to say, there is at least something on the books to say that you should not be doing this. So.
And maybe it gives us, you know, another reason to circle up with, you know, service providers who are in contact with folks, and, you know, make sure that they're making people aware of the rules in different pieces of public property out there.
Certainly, and you know, it does come to mind. I mean, for their own safety out there, we have had multiple fires. Yeah. Caused by a variety of activities on these lands, and you know, have had to evacuate people that are living out there and those sorts of things. So again, from a best practices, you know, human life safety perspective, I would hope that people would look at these and say, now's the time of year where we ought to have this on our mind, and maybe not be doing you know, riskier activities in July, August, September that could put their own lives at risk, honestly.
Or their neighbors' lives.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
And also, I mean, that's also interesting because, you know, like other public lands, you know, Forest Service and BLM lands, fires are allowed in the winter. But for, you know, so our policy, you know, our code, per code, county lands is more restrictive than that year round. And that's an important distinction to be able to make for people. Okay. Thank you.
We have a motion?
Sure. I'll move approval of Resolution 2022-048.
And I'll second it.
Any further discussion? Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. Ed, I see you're going to be up in the afternoon, so why don't we start our meeting like per the calendar? We'll start at 1:20, where we said we would start.
Great idea.
I know, I thought, you know what? Okay, great, thank you.
See you back then.
We'll see you at 1:20. Meeting is adjourned at the moment. We'll be reconvene at 1:20. Must follow our agenda, right? Okay, let's reconvene the Deschutes County Board of Commissioners meeting for June 29th, 2022. The item on our agenda is number 18. Thank you, Ed.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Ed Keith, County Forester. I have the agenda item for the 2022 update to the Greater Redmond Community Wildfire Protection Plan. This would be the fourth time we've updated this plan. Just as a reminder, we do have 7 community wildfire protection plans in various areas of the county. We try to keep those updated on a rolling basis so that none of them is older than 5 years. So we're at our 5-year mark for Greater Redmond, and that one was the one that was due for update in 2022. We started that update in the early spring. We always start out by convening a group of stakeholders that includes the local fire district, any local government, which in this case, the city of Redmond, so the police department, the planning department, the city manager, the mayor were all involved in this revision. Sheriff's office through the emergency manager, Nathan Garabee, and community partners as well. So we do have a mailing list where we update folks along the way as we're conducting this, and everybody's welcome to participate. The process of participation is we revisit the area that the plan covers. So we did, that was one of the revisions this year, is that we did revise the plan boundary. The reason for that was just about the time we were opening up this revision, the Lower Bridge Rangeland Fire Protection Association was just forming at that time, and we wanted to be sure that they weren't split up the middle, which would have been the case if we would have stuck with our original plan boundary. So those unprotected lands in the Lower Bridge area were split between Greater Sisters and Greater Redmond, and we decided we wanted to both capture that formation in this plan, but also not have them split between two plans. So we adjusted this plan to include the Lower Bridge area in its entirety for that Rangeland Protection Association. So that was one of our revisions, was to capture that both on the map and also the formation of that new capability of fire protection in the Lower Bridge area. We then look at what's been accomplished over the last 5 years. So different accomplishments from the BLM, from different communities, from the county, are all captured here in this plan. We did have the formation of a couple new Firewise communities since the last plan, as well as continuation of investment from the existing Firewise, the longest one being the Rigid Eagle Crest, who has quite a extensive program of wildfire protection going back to the very first Greater Redmond plan. We then do a risk assessment. So all of our community wildfire protection plans, as we're updating them, we're now using the Oregon Wildfire Risk Explorer, and it produces kind of a template risk assessment. So those are all standardized across the plan. So this was new for this plan. It's not new for us using that tool, but it's new for this plan. And that's included as the first appendix, Appendix A in the plan for a new risk assessment. To kind of show people their risk, which is fairly high, at least in the populated areas of the plan. And then we finalized the plan by kind of confirming the action items and priorities. I'd say probably the biggest two pieces of this revision were the inclusion of the new risk assessment, and then just the revision of the extent of the plan. We do, beyond the kind of the stakeholder meetings, which everyone's open to attend, but a lot of people kind of choose to watch from a distance. We do put this out for public comment, so it did have a public comment period sent through email, posted on websites through Project Wildfire. So there is, we try to involve the public and get their input as much as possible. And at this point, we're at the stage of collecting signatures. The signature on this plan basically acknowledges that the plan's been updated. The signers of the plan are consistent with the Healthy Forest Restoration Act, the local government, so in this case, Deschutes County as well as the city of Redmond, the local fire protection district, so we've got both the chief and the board of directors for Redmond Fire and Rescue that are scheduled to be signing later in July. The city of Redmond and Oregon Department of Forestry as the state forestry agency. Those are the people that are supposed to acknowledge the update of the plan. So that's the stage that we're at right now, asking you to sign this plan in acknowledgement of this 2022 update. So with that, that's kind of the thumbnail sketch of the update process that we've done since the beginning of the spring, and I'd be happy to answer any questions or delve into more detail if you'd like.
Eagle Crest is in there also?
Eagle Crest is included in this plan, and Eagle Crest is kind of, although some people think of it as kind of one community, it's kind of divided somewhat. So there's the ridge at Eagle Crest, which is the west side of the Klein Falls Highway, and then there's the Eagle Crest Resort plus a couple other subdivisions, but both the community on the west side, which is the ridge, and the resort side are now both their own distinct Firewise communities. So there's two separate communities with two separate boards of directors and HOAs and things like that.
And I think that just kind of the brain space for people in some of these communities is there for this document, as in, Project Wildfire, fire adapted communities, people are starting to just kind of see the big picture a little bit. So I'm always excited that when these are published, that somebody can find it and just flip through it. Especially, it was amazing seeing the depth of, the map layers for the Risk Explorer pages. They just keep going on and on. So, as I was flipping through it, I was like, wow, there's all these different aspects. But it's pretty valuable when you get to see the kind of that macro view, and then also think about zooming in, which I'm sure you could do on the online version of this too.
You can, yeah, and the real intent is from the realization of risk, hopefully then people will turn back a few pages and realize what they can do on their own properties with defensible space and fuel reduction, and there are recommendations for both of those in this plan. So to get people thinking about their risk and that there are things that they can do on their own properties to mitigate that risk.
And then do you see an opportunity for, once the full set of signatures are complete, a press release, or do you ever kind of get that picked up?
Sure.
From the media, or, I think I ask this every time, is what I'm
We can give it a try, yeah. Updates to the plan are I would say, are not, being involved in the writing of almost all of these plans originally in a different position, where those were a little bit more exciting because they were something brand new, but we still try to publicize them, get them out as broadly as possible, for sure.
Well, yeah, so I would always advocate for a press release once it's signed, and then it can reference, the other CWPPs of the county too. So, because there's just new people and different people at different points in their life, they're like, oh yeah, I need to learn more about this, and just happens that we may be able to publish the final signed version in the hot, dry summer this year, which people, it'll be on their minds too. Hopefully they won't be in a smoky situation soon.
So Ed, do we have a number of how many cubic yards of fire-free debris was dropped off this year? Has that come out yet?
I do have that.
Because I see that it was 55,473 in 21. Wasn't it like 60-some thousand in 20, the first year of COVID, because everyone was so happy to go somewhere?
Yes. Yeah, so this year we did see a decrease. I don't have the number off the top of my head, but I know whatever 20% less of that 55,000, that's where we landed.
Less than 25%?
20% less than last year.
Oh my gosh.
So we, if you look back to just a little bit on that. Prior to 2020, we had less dates available, and we used to collect somewhere between 24 and 30,000 cubic yards. 30,000 was a really good year, like 2015 after Two Bulls fire. From 2014, we saw a big jump to 30,000. It so happened that we corresponded expanding the dates along with the pandemic when everything else was shut down. A lot of people weren't working, and we saw a huge increase, both because of the dates, but also because people had the time to do that work. Since then, we've seen a drop off, but if you look at even this year's numbers, 45,000 or so, it's still well above what we were doing before 2020. So, down from last year. I think the weather also has something to do with that.
It was raining the last weekend, and I thought, oh, gosh.
It rained a lot of the days, so I think that hampered participation a bit. But I would still say producing more cubic yards than we always did. We would have never, ever seen a 45,000 cubic yard year before we expanded the date. So I think the expanded dates are still helping us collect more yard debris and increase that participation. It was interesting to note, I don't know exactly why, but every site was down except for Negus. Negus actually had about a 15 to 20% increase. I'm not sure why, but they normally get in the 4,000 and change cubic yards, and they were like 5,900 this year. I do know that Eagle Crest had quite a program. I wouldn't attribute it all to them, but they definitely had a large collection campaign this year, so that could have been part of it. But we did go over those specific numbers in the last Project Wildfire meeting, and I'll be sending out a newsletter with the graph and the exact numbers on Friday. So.
Okay.
For our July newsletter. So look for that, for those exact numbers, and broken down by site and by year, looking back all the way to 2013.
Okay, so if you're saying it was down to 24,000, or 24, so at least we doubled it pretty much from prior years, and if that was the
prior to 2020, yeah.
Okay, well, thank you for that update. So Redmond actually came through a big time then.
Yeah. Yes, for sure.
Ed, I'm curious if you could talk about what ways having a CWPP facilitates implementation of the things that are in the CWPP, and just looking at this update of the CWPP, what are some of the top things that you foresee being implemented in the near future that are in the plan?
Yeah, a couple of ways that it helps with implementation. One primary one that comes to mind is on the federal land side of things. They've been directed since way back from the Healthy Forest Restoration Act that called for communities to write community wildfire protection plans. The federal agencies were required to prioritize treatment on lands that were identified on the base map. So within this. And WUI's been given a lot of different definitions over the years, but as defined in the community wildfire protection plans within the wildland urban interface. So it does provide direction for the BLM and Forest Service to prioritize reducing risk to communities consistent with the community wildfire protection plan. So it does, it's referenced in NEPA planning documents and those sorts of things as justification for treatment and prioritization of dollars on the federal lands. It does also help, whether it's the State Department of Forestry or the county or other entities, when they're asking for grant funds. Typically, that's a condition of application is this consistent with the community wildfire protection plan, and both consistent with the risk assessment, but also what's called for in the Community Wildfire Protection Plan. So we've referenced those in numerous grant applications. I know that ODF uses those to prioritize their grant applications as well. And then I'd say, for this one in particular, it's, again, now important that we do keep our plans up to date. The infrastructure bill actually has funding. That opportunity, as far as I know, isn't available quite yet. I don't remember the exact line but it's like Community Wildfire Defense Funds. I may be slightly off on the title of the program, but one of the conditions of applying for those infrastructure funds for private lands treatment is you have to have a plan, but it also has to be up to date. So 5 years or less since the last update. So again, funding opportunities are really tied to actually having a plan and then requesting funds that are consistent with implementation of the plan. So.
Thanks. My other question was about the Risk Explorer that was used to produce these maps. That is the same set of data and analysis that'll be used to do the risk maps for SB 762?
That will be the tool that's used to display the new risk layer starting on Friday, or tomorrow, actually, Thursday. Yeah, it comes out Thursday. So, they're using some data that's found on there now, but they will be adding two new layers tomorrow. One that will show the wildland-urban interface throughout the state of Oregon, and one that will show risk, 5 levels of risk. So no risk, low risk, moderate risk, high risk, and extreme risk. And consistent with Senate Bill 762, those layers of risk are supposed to be down to the tax lot level. So we'll see what that looks like tomorrow. We actually plan to be, myself and Kyle from Community Development plan to be back in front of you on the 6th to kind of give you a look at that as that rolls out, and maybe talk about some downstream implications. So some other requirements in that bill are tied to the layers of risk and the WUI layer that are yet to be seen, but we'll see what they look like tomorrow.
Questions? I'll move approval of board signature of the Greater Redmond Community Wildfire Protection Plan 2022 update.
And I will second it.
Okay, any further discussion? Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes.
Thank you.
Thanks for your work on
Good.
that.
And I apologize for getting this split up.
Oh, it's okay. Thank you.
Okay, we're now at item number 19, preparation for a public hearing, Eden Properties, plan amendment and zone change. Haley and Will.
Thank you, Chair Adair. And before we get started, I did print out a couple of extra maps to pass out. I'll approach and bring those up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Will.
Thanks, Will. Good afternoon, everyone. For the record, my name is Hallie King, and Associate Planner with the Deschutes County Current Planning Division. The item we are here to discuss this afternoon is a work session item for the Eden Properties Plan Amendment and Zone Change. This application is a quasi-judicial applicant-initiated plan amendment zone change for approximately 710 acres located about 5.5 miles west of Terrebonne and about 5 miles northwest of the Redmond urban growth boundary. The property consists of 9 tax lots, which are sandwiched between Highway 126 to the south and Northwest Lower Bridgeway to the north. The southern portion of the property has access off the western terminus of Northwest Coiner Avenue. The property is currently designated agriculture on the comprehensive plan, and it's zoned for exclusive farm use. The specific request from the applicant for this application is to change the comprehensive plan designation to rural residential exception area, along with a corresponding zone change to rural residential 10-acre minimum. The public hearing, the future public hearing with the board is one of 2 required hearings for this type of application. The first hearing was held in front of the Deschutes County Hearings Officer on April 19th, 2022, and a decision recommending approval of the application was issued on June 2nd, 2022. Throughout this process, we've had significant public input and testimony as well as agency input, both received in written comments as well as oral testimony given at the first public hearing. I did want to note we have received 1 comment in the time period after the hearings officer recommendation was issued up until this date. That has been uploaded to the record. It was a comment in opposition to the application. But we do certainly expect there to be additional testimony at the future public hearing and in response to any notices that go out. And with that, we'll open it up to questions from the board, but I think really the goal of the work session today, as kind of noted in that memorandum, is to hone in on a public hearing date based on the board's schedule, and whether there's a preference to hold an evening public hearing as opposed to fitting it in with a typical Monday, Wednesday agenda. And one more item we would like the board's feedback on is whether the board would like to set oral testimony time limits for the applicant and or members of the public providing testimony. And I do want to note we had included a few dates in our memo, kind of potential public hearing dates. Those are really the soonest available given noticing requirements. And I do want to note that legal counsel did provide feedback and noted their preference was for August 8th due to scheduling. But again, the dates are not limited to those listed in the memo. Those were just really the soonest available. But would love your feedback on that. And again, as well as that evening meeting. So yeah, with that, I'll again open it up to questions and any discussion. Thank you.
So August 8th is a Monday?
Yes.
Okay. I know, I was going, okay, the week after the fair. So, okay. And normally we have, I believe we usually allow like 30 minutes for the applicant.
Okay.
And then I think they're given like perhaps another 10 minutes afterwards to rebut any testimony from the appellant. Is that not correct? They usually get what, 30, 20? Is it 20, Will? Do we go to 20? I can't. Or do we stay at 30 and then go back to 10 for the rebuttal? And then normally we give people 3 minutes for their testimony?
And for the record, Will Groves, Planning Manager. And you've done a variety of things over time, trying to be responsive to the amount of information you want to allow the applicant or appellants to bring forward, and also members of the public for the discussion. So the advantage of limiting testimony, it reduces the chance that we might find ourselves here at 11 p.m. The disadvantage is that you get less opportunity to hear directly from people who are passionate about this. But you're right, you've chosen a variety of options, limiting applicant testimony to 30 minutes, 45 minutes, providing rebuttal opportunities to them of fixed amounts of 20 or 10 minutes, and limiting public testimony to 3 or 5 minutes. As all these things have been things that you've used in the past. There's been significant interest in this application. So we brought this forward to you specifically because we think there's some chance that this may be a long meeting, and you might want to set some sideboards on on those time limits.
Okay, I know, I don't think I've ever done one where people were given, just public comments 5 minutes. But I know, you had 14 comments, so there is a lot of passion out there about this. But if we started at 5 at night, you're right, we could be here till 11, couldn't we?
And we certainly have had hearings go that far. I think it would be typical to allow the applicant somewhere between 30 and 45 minutes for their initial presentation, and then limiting the public 3 minutes seems to be the board's general preference on this, with an understanding that the applicant would be given time for rebuttal.
Probably, yes. I'd say maybe 45 for the applicant.
And it's not an appeal.
That's correct.
It's just the applicant's testimony and then other testimony.
That's right. So you're correct that there is no paying appellant in this case. It comes to the board by default without the need for an appeal.
Okay, so 30,
Or 30 minutes.
30, really, not more than?
33 and then 3. Yeah, I'm just.
Okay.
30 minutes is a lot of time. I
Yep.
mean, you can say a lot in 30 minutes.
Definitely. Okay, we appreciate that direction, and we'll include it in the notice that the
Yes,
applicant will be
please
given
include it in the
30
notice,
minutes.
because I think that's really important. People know exactly what they're allowed before they get here.
Yeah, it's important that people are prepared to
Yes.
give a concise presentation.
And transparency.
And I would note, Commissioners, there is not an appellant at this point, but overwhelmingly, this is going to LUBA and then the Court of Appeals. So there will be an appellant.
There will be at some point.
There will be an appellant, yeah. I think you can take that and write that as an absolute certainty. So,
Not in this step.
not at this step, because they haven't had an opportunity to appeal anything yet. That comes after the board's decision.
Okay. Well, probably either way, it's going to.
Yeah, regardless of how you folks decide,
Yes,
it'll be appealed to
it's going to head
LUBA.
down a road.
And there's, enough at stake here, this will go to the Court of Appeals as well.
Yeah, I'm looking, it's close to Buckhorn too, so kind of one corner goes to Buckhorn. So there's, a lot of roads that it's going to go down.
Chair, if I can just suggest, do we want to look at maybe even another week or so out in August? Just the week before is Fair Week, and this could be a rather voluminous file that you get just a week before. So just to make sure everybody has enough time, I don't know if you're in town or not on that day.
Yeah, I don't get home until the 6th, over the weekend of August, and unless I have a whole big stack of stuff to take with me on July 28th or 27th or whatever it is, I won't have the benefit of having all the reading material with me while I'm out of town.
So since there's not a clock on this application,
That's correct.
Potentially 15th or 22nd, or is there another date that might work for the board and for staff and for everybody?
As I'm looking at our calendar, it doesn't look like we have any conflicts the week of the 15th or 22nd. Is that the case for you, Hallie?
No conflicts.
Yeah, so both of those weeks are wide open for us.
Well, good.
And Commissioner Chang, do you have a preference? Is the week of the 22nd better, just because of your schedule?
That would be great. I mean, if that could work, that would be great. If not, I'll figure out a way to read all the materials in advance. But just to express a little bit of a preference, Mondays, generally I like Mondays better than Wednesdays, but I'm also open on that.
Do you have any preferences with regard to evening hearings versus trying to do it during the regular agenda?
When I was just expressing a preference for Mondays over Wednesdays, I was assuming we were talking about evenings, but.
Okay.
I don't really have a preference, and I would propose that we might even just schedule Tuesday or Thursday too. I'm open to that. I don't know that we need to. I'm just saying, you just schedule a special hearing day for this too. Is there a reason we're not looking at a week before in July, or it's just the schedules are queued up?
We do have a 20-day noticing requirement for the public
Oh,
hearing.
just to get the process started.
Yeah, so that's kind of one of the factors going in.
Today, and it just needs to start, okay.
Yeah.
So I support slipping it past the 8th of August into whenever then, a week, during that week afterwards, just a little bit more time.
Right, August 17th looks okay on my calendar at this moment.
Is that a Wednesday?
It's a Wednesday.
So Wednesday afternoon maybe, or?
Right.
Would you have preference over an evening meeting versus a regular agenda, or either? Or?
Well, 14 people have already participated, so maybe an evening would be better.
I think evening would be better. Ideally, I would love to do a Monday instead of a Wednesday, or a Tuesday instead of a Wednesday, but if the 17th is the only other date that works, then I can work around that. I have some sort of substantive things I wanted to ask for CDD to potentially do a little bit more research on, during this process.
But just real quick, on the
perhaps
schedule. So, I mean, it sounds like it's proposed for the 17th. I don't, could be any day is fine with me, but I'm thinking, if we do a 1 o'clock or a 3 o'clock public hearing and just be ready to go, if it's well attended, be able to take a break and come back at 6 or something like that. I mean, I guess we wouldn't be publishing it as an evening meeting, though.
You could publish it for an afternoon and then a 5:30
Which we
that
did
same
recently,
evening.
yeah.
That's what we're doing for.
Two people show up at 5:30, it'll be a quick evening session.
Right.
It's an option you have.
That might be a good way to present it.
Okay.
How does that work with the applicant and the appellant and all of that, though? I mean, if it's a two-part meeting, I mean, if the applicant is there for the afternoon and then in the evening, it's okay that they're not there, and just, whoever from the public wants to come and make comment, they just get to go for it, or?
If you treat it as a continuation of the same hearing, then their rebuttal would be during that evening session, as opposed to two separate public hearings. That's how we've done them in the past, I know.
So the applicant would expect to be there for both portions?
Yeah, so if you set it for, say, 2 o'clock in the afternoon on whatever day you pick, and then indicate in the notice that the hearing will be continued till 5:30 or 5 o'clock, whatever that evening, it's pretty good notice to the applicant. If they want the rebuttal, they'll need to be there in the evening.
Okay.
And it could be you only go an hour in the afternoon, there's only a few people, and you just recess until 5:30 for the hearing.
Okay.
That way you give everybody an opportunity. The evening folks can make it, and then the daytime folks can make it.
So we don't really have an opponent then at this moment, or an appellant at this time. So if we're giving 30 minutes to the applicant, and then they're given, what, did we say 10 minutes for the rebuttal after both of the meetings, the continuation? Okay, and then everyone else is going to be given 3 minutes? So I'm just trying to vision this. Okay.
There were a number of state agencies that expressed concerns about this project. I mean, is there a way to give them a little bit more time, like a special status as a commenter?
We have done that in the past, or boards have directed that in the past.
Do you anticipate that they would show up, or I mean, has their participation to date been, is that it?
It's unknown if they would be showing up at the board's hearing date, or if they would rely on their prior testimony.
In the past, typically, you'll recall, certainly Commissioner DeBonne will, the board, after the applicant provides their initial testimony, is typically when we would call for any agency comments before you go to the folks in favor, folks opposed, folks on the fence type thing. And you don't have to, but I know in the past the board tended to do that, applicant and then any government agencies, and then folks in favor of the application, folks opposed to the application, and folks that aren't sure whether they're in favor or opposed. You know, we've broken it down kind of into those categories in the past.
And then the people who come forward during the agency portion, they might get a little bit more time to.
I think we've given them like 10 minutes, haven't
Yeah,
we, in the
typically.
past?
10 minutes for each one?
10, 15 minutes to the agency people. ODOT said a few of them in the past, I think. I don't recall some of the others being there, but
You're saying 15 minutes then?
isn't that what we've done?
I think we've done 10, I think. for the-
Will, he's
for the
got a heck of a better memory than me.
10
Sounds good.
Mm-hmm.
You
10
can say a
sounds,
lot in 10 minutes, you can say a lot in 30 minutes.
okay. So we can make sure that the community knows that if they're from a government agency, they're allowed 10 minutes.
So you mentioned the 17th. Is that a good date? I mean, is that
It's
what
on
we're
my
committed
calendar
to?
that it doesn't, yeah. I mean, I'm
Or
just
agenda
going,
item.
it's a Wednesday, the 17th, just in case.
Commissioner Chang?
I'll make it work.
Yeah, that's fine, okay. And then, so 2 o'clock and 5:30, you want to break it up? I like that idea. There we go.
2 o'clock, is that enough time for everybody? If,
Well,
let's say we have, okay, the agency people will probably want to come first. So if we start at 1 with 30 minutes, and then we have, let's say we have 5 agencies, would that be something to imagine?
I wouldn't expect more than 3 from the.
Okay, so 3, so that's, all right.
Another
Okay,
30
so,
minutes.
okay, so we should be okay then if we start at 2 and then recess till 5:30. All right.
What time would the afternoon hearing go to recess? Is there a time you usually cut off?
Well, if it looks like it's going to run together, probably stop at 5
Yeah,
for a half
take a
hour
look,
at least,
yeah.
yeah.
Okay, so we'll
Or
announce it.
15 minutes, you know, we can always do that.
I think if you notice it at 2 o'clock and continuing at 5:30, we've sufficiently noticed it, and folks can show up. And most of the folks that are going to testify, they don't necessarily need to be there later in the evening if they testify earlier in the afternoon.
Go home and watch it online.
Yeah, it's not like they'll be in the dark. If they want to stick around, they certainly can.
All right, thanks for that. I think we have enough direction to notice that hearing. And you'd mentioned you had some substantive comments?
Yeah, or
Questions?
some things to explore. Buckhorn Road, I am trying to recall whether that is one of the places that received Federal Land Access Program, FLAP, grant funds recently. And there was something right in this zone, coming off of 126, headed towards Lower Bridge Road. It's just relevant to me because the federal government may have just spent a whole bunch of money to improve federal access to kind of open space rural landscape, and we're talking about filling that up with additional development. So if we could just get with roads with Chris Doty and figure out where that project was. Another federal land angle. From the description, I have not been out to these properties to check them out in person, but from the description, it sounds a lot like many areas managed by the Bureau of Land Management. I mean, I know there's adjacent Bureau of Land Management land, but it sounds like many areas that are managed by the Bureau of Land Management that are offered up as grazing allotments under permit. To the question of whether this is agricultural land or not, I certainly appreciate the information that we've received about soils. And that, there's no water rights, reasonably shallow soils. I don't picture, up on a plateau, I don't picture people trying to do irrigated agriculture up there. But if this is comparable to areas where people are beating down the door to get BLM grazing allotment permits, then that indicates to me that that it's at least a suitable area for that kind of agricultural use. I also know I've been doing, working with people on water resources issues. I also now understand that that is a tax deferral eligible use of land. So if a water rights holder decides that they want to fallow their land for a year and lease their water to someone else, they can do that, and then they can just dry land graze a little bit on that property, and they can still qualify for their EFU tax deferral. So, at least within our taxation system, that is recognized as an agricultural use. So I'd love to just dig a little bit deeper into that and to this question of whether this is agricultural land or has agricultural potential or not. Again, I'm not saying that anyone would want to use it for irrigated field agriculture, because that's probably unrealistic. So I wanted to check out those couple of things. To me, in the ideal world, we would wait for wait to evaluate this application until after the mule deer winter range overlay was completed, because I do think that, if I understand correctly, that would affect this area, and it doesn't mean that development would be precluded, but it would mean that the pattern of that development might look very different. Something like a clustered development as opposed to 71 10-acre lots, each with a house on them, all kind of dispersed across that area. That versus a cluster development, it's in my mind, that has a whole lot less impacts on the habitat and other natural resource values of that area. And I don't, it would, so I'd love to be reminded of what the time frame is for the completion of that wildlife overlay for the mule deer winter range. And the other thing I would love to get a sense of, and I'm sorry, I'm a part of the way through reading the hearings officer's decision, but I haven't gotten through the whole thing, so I don't know whether some of this information is in the decision or not. But it would be helpful to have a sort of kind of a rough estimate of the potential groundwater extraction associated with 71 rural residential parcels, and to hear from someone who has water resource expertise about an understanding of groundwater in the Deschutes Basin, to actually understand whether this could result in declining groundwater levels in that area. My impression is that the agriculture, in this map, the pivots that we see, it's possible that these people are on, those folks are on groundwater. So I would really hate to end up, killing some farmers by allowing a whole bunch of new wells in this area. So just an understanding of the potential quantity of groundwater extraction we're talking about, some experts' assessment of whether that actually has an effect on groundwater levels, and then knowing where the farmers in that region are getting their water would be helpful.
Thanks, Commissioner Chang. Yeah, all great questions, and we'll definitely be prepared to address those for you at the public hearing.
Great. Thank you.
isn't Buckhorn on the plan to be graded or gravel? Like, I think it's a dirt road right now. I just talked to someone that was at a car show that drove down it, and it was like the bumpiest thing ever. And I believe that it is in the plan, maybe to be paved next year or something?
And that
Does
might
anybody-
be the FLAP grant money.
Right, exactly. Anyway, I do believe it is in the plan. I'm not sure, I don't think it's this year, but I thought it was next year.
We can follow up on that.
Yeah. I know, she said it was the worst thing ever for her car show car. She couldn't believe it, that they were driving down it.
Thanks.
All right, well, we definitely appreciate your time today for the direction on when and how to conduct the hearing. We'll make sure the notice is put out in accordance with your directions here. Also heard a number of questions that you were interested in. I'm sure the applicant will be, if they're not watching this now, we'll let them know that there were concerns that were raised that they would be likely expected to address. Something we might also do is reach out to our friends at Water Resources to see if any of them are available to give you some context or expert testimony as an agency partner. We certainly can't compel them to come, but we can ask nicely.
Great. Thank you. And yeah, and if you tell me who you're asking, I can ask them too.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Ollie, great. Thank you so for being here. And Will.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. So I'm here for your next agenda item, and it is to seek some direction for you in prioritizing our discretionary text amendments that were identified in the CDD 22-23 work plan. So you helped us adopt a work plan for the coming year that had a variety of activities associated with it, and one of the things were text amendments that we might entertain trying to bring forward to you. There was a lot on the menu there, and we were hoping to get some guidance for you on the relative priority of those amendments. You can see in the memorandum that I provided that CDD has a number of different type of activities that we engage in. The table one are our non-discretionary projects that are already underway. Money spent, grant money has been applied. These are things that are underway. Table two are things that were operational responsibilities and coordination duties that our department has to engage in. And then into table three, and this is, we had spoken to you about this previously, are those projects that you've identified as potentially interesting text amendments that either we've brought forward, you've identified, or members of the community have identified as possible priorities as we look to which of these to bring to you first. In section 3 of the memorandum, we note that the planning division continues to have 3 unfilled current positions in current planning. And right now, we're backfilling some of that effort to make sure we meet our statutory timelines for quasi-judicial land use decisions with some of our long-range staff. Fingers crossed, if everything goes well, we'll be filling those positions coming into the fall. And we're hoping to get back our long-range resources to do some long-range projects. And so we're here today to seek some direction from you in terms of what you might see as priorities from those Table 3 projects. And in that Table 3, we've identified the capacity demand that some of those projects would take into either minor, moderate, or significant, and those are based on the level of staff effort as well as public outreach and controversy. And we were hoping that you would give us a little bit of a direction on what was important to you. We certainly have heard that the number 2, the wireless telecommunication facilities in ODOT right-of-way, is a priority for Commissioner Adair. Commissioner DeBonne, I understand you'd shown some interest in revisiting the amateur radio tower regulations. And so those were 2 that we had flagged at the outset, but any guidance you have for us on your relative priority of these amendments would be of a great assistance.
Well, thank you for putting number 2 at number 2, and I'm glad to see that the capacity is minor. So, if that's at all possible. I mean, I drove by the solar panels yesterday, on 97, where the trees are that tall. And, who's asking them to water those trees? I don't think anybody does, do they? I know they've had a couple owners.
We do get occasional code complaints about that, and then our code compliance team then reaches out to them, and then they irrigate them, and then something happens to the irrigation, and then a few die, and
Then they
and
replant
then we
and start
go-
over
Exactly,
again.
we keep going through the same cycle.
Yeah, there's probably, and I'm not familiar with that particular decision, but generally they don't plant these voluntarily, so there was some condition of the decision that said that they were required to plant screening vegetation and typically maintain it alive in good condition. So to the extent that that's not occurring, we'll have a code enforcement nexus to go out and ask them to have another go at it.
The water tanks are out there, big black tank.
Anyway,
So Will, this morning and kind of in a few other discussions, people have brought up the idea of doing a safe parking code for the county. Would that be the kind of thing that goes on this table, or is that a whole different kind of process?
Yeah, we're aware of the public interest in that, and definitely that's come across my desk. So that's something that you could add to this list for us to explore. I think what you would do is direct us that, in lieu of, as we have available resources, in lieu of pursuing one of these other things, you would like to see us come forward, and we'd come back to you with an initial presentation, setting the stage, exploring our field of options in terms of what we could act in our regulatory authority, and then looking for you for some guidance too, if you wanted to engage in how in one of those projects. So that discussion's sort of a step behind these. Each of these things have been in some way teed up to you. So we would come back and tee that up, but we could do that either in addition to or an alternative to some of these other projects.
Okay. Well, I'm not trying to bump that to the front of the line necessarily, but I think it would be great to add that to this list, just, because I assume if there'll be 8, 9, 10 things that we don't get to this year that we will just carry over to next year, and that would be a good one to kind of add to our list to work on at some point. That does raise another question for me, and there's a couple of projects like this in-conduit hydroelectric generation code amendment where I can imagine there being constituents in the community that want that enough that they might be willing to pay for it, and that raises questions about if someone who's going to benefit from certain code development, asking them to pay for the development of that code, that may be a fraught situation, because of the self-interest involved. But in the same way, if we put this safe parking code on this list, conceivably, that's something that the coordinated response homeless office says, we think that that's a high priority that's in their plan. And, after they finish their plan, they're going to have some portion of $1 million left. And that they could contribute funds to a project because they have a direct interest in seeing that piece completed by CDD. So, I mean, if there are those kinds of situations where there's an entity that could essentially fundraise to get one of these items done and deliver some resources to us, how do we how can we be responsive and opportunistic to those potential things coming up?
That's a great question. So historically, certainly these types of legislative text amendments don't have 150-day shot clocks associated with them where we have to get them done in a certain amount of time. But where an applicant-initiated proposal comes forward, we basically move that to the front of the line. Right. So if someone comes forward with a text amendment, we would then let the board know that that was coming forward. And usually we would process that in first order as kind of one of our paying customers. We have this conversation pretty regularly with people who are interested in text amendments to let them know that they can come to the board and ask to be put on the work plan, where the board will either accept it onto the work plan and then assign a priority to it. If it's something they need to see done in short order, particularly for their economic development, we recommend that they make an application to us, at which point it comes to, by default, to the front of the line, at which point the board could either process it at the front of the line or instruct CDD to say, hey, we'll have this hearing in 6 months or at a later time. So you're on the right track here that where if a paid application comes forward, we typically move it to the front of the line.
Right.
If I may, Madam Chair and members of the commission, Peter Gutowski, Community Development Director, Will is exactly right. Typically, if there's capacity and someone applies for a quasi-judicial plan amendment, like the one you're preparing for in August, we process it like a standard application. Legislative amendments, typically, we don't get too many that are applicant initiated. I think the last one we had might have been from Sun River for employee housing. I will say that we may find ourselves coming up, experiencing a situation where long-range planning is maxed out. Comprehensive plan update, Tumalo community plan, issues dealing with psilocybin, tracking Senate Bill 762, the mule deer inventory, some of the text amendments that if the board prioritizes a couple of these and they're in process, not to mention the fact that we are still seeing steady development applications. And some of them are not straightforward. And we are continuing to train up to 10 new employees. And we could find ourselves, of course, in coordination with administration and the Board of County Commissioners, that we're going to need to inform the applicants, because there's no timeline, that we are not in a position to prioritize their application for a period of time, or that we will revisit our capacity in a period of time to let them know when we think we have capacity. So we're not there yet, but it doesn't feel too far away with just the numerous demands that we are undertaking, both for long-range planning and just our responsibilities under the zoning code and with development review. So I just want to be honest that there is a scenario where we're having those conversations with applicants in light of where we are in respect to the fiscal year and the projects that I've just kind of highlighted, and others that, could present themselves that just demand a lot of resources from our entire team.
But right now, someone could come in and essentially submit an application for a legislative amendment.
Correct.
Okay. And you put down a fee for that, and okay, interesting.
I would just offer, this is a county choice. There's nothing that obligates the Community Development Department or the board to process applicant-initiated text amendments first. This has just been a practice that certainly predates me, and it's been a practice since probably the 1990s, is that if somebody pays, they go to the front of the line. But if the board has other priorities, we can, and absolutely will, implement the board's priorities first and then get to those other paid applications as time allows. They will have paid their application, but there's nothing that obligates the county to process those or to move those to the front of the line that I'm aware of.
This has been an unusual year where we've seen we have 5 plan amendment zone changes and some certain status. Some are incomplete, some are scheduled for board deliberation, some are scheduled for hearing. Some are waiting for hearings officers. I mean, it's, and I think that's reflective of the business climate, the economic opportunities that Central Oregon represents. But we will certainly coordinate with administration, with the board, if and when we find ourselves in those situations. We know how important the work plan is for the Board of County Commissioners. You went through a process to identify projects that you find are of priority, and we know that there are a number of legislative amendments that are on the list or could be added to the list that you would like us to stay on top of. So it's a significant responsibility. We take it seriously, but at the same time, it's just important to acknowledge that there's only so much bandwidth that our team has, and as it's currently
being consumed in some respects, or by two current employees with development review assistance.
Speaking of your employees, how many hearing officers do you have at this moment? Do I ask?
Yeah, we can certainly respond. We have, currently we have three. We have Gregory Frank, Tommy Brooks, and Stephanie Marshall. Stephanie Marshall is going to be relinquishing that responsibility, I think, in just a month or so, to take on an opportunity with Deschutes County as Assistant Legal Counsel. We are currently in a recruitment process for another hearings officer, and that includes assistance for code compliance. That process is open to the middle of, I don't have the precise date, I want to say it's like the 11th of July. We've already received some interest, which is gratifying. So we are trying to stay nimble and ensure that we have enough capacity. And in the interim, Madam Chair, we've reached out to our hearings officers and let them know of our situation, and they've assured us that the two that as Stephanie transitions to county council, that they have capacity based on, the ability to take 1 to 2 hearings matters a month, and if necessary, 3, but we're not at that point right now.
Okay, so you're talking about Gregory and Tommy, so.
And that Tommy comes with another asterisk, Cable, can't think of the firm that he works for. Cable, thank you. He has an associate that also has expressed interest in both land use and code compliance. So the contract was written with Tommy's firm, and so we have the ability to, and Will has reached out and had some orientations with that individual. So I guess we have a third right in the queue right now, to the extent we need that person, and then the recruitment for potentially a fourth. So my math was off by 1.
Well, thank you for filling that. I'm glad to know that we have people that are applying, and I also wanted to acknowledge your work that we did with Green Acres. Remember months ago, you stepped right up, and we really tried to make a difference for that longtime Deschutes County business. So I think I sent you the email on that. I got it, and now they want to sell it. So anyway, but we truly tried for expanding that affordable housing. It's amazing.
So this item you have on number 1, remove 10% reduction limit to property line adjustments. Are these kind of in a prioritized list, or are these just a numbered list?
These are just a numbered list. Some of them, are how old they are on the priorities. Some of these have the capacity, have the potential to affect. As I thought about these, I was thinking about how acutely people are, for lack of a better word, suffering under not having some fix to the code, and then also how widespread is this issue. So for example, for the first one, a couple times a year, farmers who have a 40 and an 80 next to each other acre parcel are looking to swap 40 of the acres, from one ag operation to the other. And our current code gets in the way of that, in a way that state law, we had put some rules in place back in the day to prevent parcel shifting in a way that might circumvent state law, and that 10% rule was part of that. And in the interim, in recent years, the states really stepped in and put in their own rules to make sure that you're not getting basically an extra house through lot line adjustments. So there's a staff and certainly members of the farming community have asked, for this rule to be removed in particular, so that they can optimize farming operations. It comes up a couple times a year. I could speak to any of these in particular. Each of them has their own history and constituents and interested parties associated with it. You certainly heard, whereas the concerns about in Deschutes Recreation Home Site 6 about RV use in the wetland areas down there, and concerns about fire and issues associated with the homeowners association there. So definitely each of these come with their own constituency and interested parties and hazards and advantages to trying to fix them.
I I guess the other two commissioners have already each identified a minor item on this list that they would prioritize. I don't see one of the minor items that would be a high priority for me. The two that I'm most interested in are are number 5 related to dark skies best practices, and number 11 related to destination resort siting. But if we wanted to do one of those, we couldn't do anything else. So I'm guessing that I'm guessing if we each have a priority that my moderate priority is not going to be able to suck up all 3 votes. So.
That is helpful, however, and so really one of the things we're thinking about is we may find small gaps in schedule. There may be somebody who's otherwise pretty booked up who finds 10 hours some week that they can move a ball forward, and so we might have them during that time. For example, take a look at Chair Adair's priority here on the right-of-way, and start to draft those amendments, figure out who we need to coordinate with, move that ball forward a little bit. And then, at some point in the fall, if we get hired up or we find this capacity, we've at least advanced a little bit. So it's good to know that some of these are relative priorities, and it means that as we have catch as catch can time, we can direct it to these ones that are relatively important to the board.
Well, and the item 3 for the radio towers, basically it's already a success by being on this list. So it doesn't really have to be picked up right now, just because of capacity issues. It's already a success because it's being mentioned.
And certainly if we find ourselves, if everything goes excellently and we find ourselves with, a full team in long range, we could come back to you and let you know, hey, we're fully operational. It's been a couple months. What would you like to see us direct that capacity towards? But as a default in the meantime, this gives us some hints about where we should be placing our efforts.
Well, so let's talk about the dark skies practices and greenhouse lighting. What's the big picture there? What would a code package look like?
Typically, and I don't want to predetermine an outcome, so I'm going to give you kind of a general outline about how something like this might go. We would typically, working with the Planning Commission, the board, form some sort of technical advisory committee of industry and dark skies experts to look at some packages of regulations that might be applied to improve Deschutes County's protection of dark skies. One of the things we're looking for is a balance between enhancement of a reduction of light pollution balanced with the code enforcement obligations that come with that and the staff obligations. There are some relative sweet spots in terms of how much staff time we throw at the ongoing maintenance of this project versus the rules versus educational opportunities. So we would typically go to some sort of a technical advisory committee who would come out and say, hey, here's some options A, B, and C. With the board's direction and the planning commission's help, we would run those through the planning commission, and they'd say, we like option A with part of option B, or we prefer option B over option C. At that point, we would be coming back to the board with a recommendation from the Planning Commission potentially for some legislative updates with particular code patches in mind. That would be a typical process. Certainly, other pathways are available of having more public meetings, more outreach, different types of stakeholder engagement, but that we've certainly heard from both the board and the Planning Commission and citizens that there's a lot of interest in this. There's definitely lots of communities who have undertaken these projects, so we have a pretty firm background in what we might do in this case. And so now it's just a matter of, if the board wanted to go in this direction, bringing some viable options to the board to pick amongst.
So I see that as kind of we talked about it a few times, dark skies, let's embrace this, let's, follow Sun River's lead. So I'm just showing excitement for maybe that is a opportunity to put direction to that. And it's called moderate effort, though, our capacity, so that'd be a bigger project.
But that's helpful as well. That means that, if with that guidance, in the time that we have catch as catch can, I'll select one of my staff to keep their eyes on that project, engage with community members, make sure that they're aware of other ordinances. I know the city of Portland recently, they didn't get to legislation yet, but they went through a significant community outreach, made a large document about what's possible and how much effort it takes to implement those plans. So we can definitely keep that we can keep the moss off that stone, at least for the time being, and be ready to move on it when we have capacity.
That's good. But yeah, I mean, realistically, all the things on this list are, they are triaged behind the stuff on the first 2 pages of this memo. So it's, it's important for everybody to be able, just understand that that's where we're at the moment.
But I would like to say, item number 1, the 10% reduction limit, if we can help the farmers of Deschutes County, and maybe if it would be a precedent to help other counties, I truly, I was with a lot of people in agriculture yesterday, and truly, they could use some help. So, anyway, thank goodness you said it was minor.
Certainly, we really appreciate the guidance, and this is consistent with what you've told us in the past, so we were tracking on the right direction, but we appreciate the confirmation. And, as I said, if we do find ourselves, or I'm going to be optimistic, when we do find ourselves with the capacity that we'll get from this hiring, we'll be back to you to have you help us prioritize that capacity.
Great.
Thank you.
You will. Thank you, Peter.
Good.
Okay, we are now to item 21. Right on time, almost. Amazing.
Page 4 of the agenda.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. For the record, I'm Janice Garceau. I'm Director of Behavioral Health for Deschutes County Health Services.
And I'm Cheryl Smallman, Business Officer with Health Services.
And we're here today to request formal approval of document number 2022-574, which is actually an email from the Oregon Health Authority notifying us of a grant award in the amount of $3.4 million that is the result of House Bill 4004, Workforce Stability Funds for the Behavioral Health Workforce. We have shared with you a plan for how we propose to expend those dollars. That's detailed in the agenda item here, but roughly we will apply 75% of the total resources to incentivize existing staff to stay in their positions for 2 years with stay agreements, and to incentivize recruitments between now and December of this year. The remaining up to 25%, depending on how much is spent with the initial dollars, could be made available for other kinds of staff retention activities, such as additional tuition reimbursement, covering training costs, paying for the sorts of things that help with staff morale, like certain kinds of staff development activities, trauma-informed care training, DEI training, et cetera, and could potentially also be used for additional retention and recruitment bonuses. So I understand from Cheryl today, I was not aware, but the dollars have actually already deposited in our account, so they're available now, and with your approval could be expended. And the last piece of information that's relevant is that I believe the Oregon Health Authority has heard from a number of agencies that there's a desire to extend the deadline for expenditure beyond December. So they're looking at perhaps extending through the rest of the fiscal year. We hope that that's possible, but that's still being worked out. If you have questions, I'm happy to answer.
So, because there's so many fiscal years, you're talking about June 30th then?
I'm talking about June 30th, yeah. And if we, the rules are that we spend the dollars within the time frame. So the 25% we can spend by granting to another entity and then spend down those dollars into the future. But in terms of the actual bonus expenditure, I think it's a little bit more limiting, the language of the law. So having an extension through the end of this fiscal year would at least allow us to stretch these dollars a little bit further.
And you said that the bonuses your department has already given, actually maybe encourages 75% of the people to stay, but 25% of them still leave. That's the historical effect?
I don't know the answer to that question. That may have been information that Kathleen provided.
That's what I thought you mentioned, that even having a wonderful bonus, people would not commit to staying, or they may stay for 2 years, but then they're going to leave. It's not a guarantee that they're going to stay for 2 years.
It's definitely not a guarantee that they will stay for 2 years. These particular stay agreements make it, the stay agreements that I just reviewed about an hour ago that are finally finalized, do have a clause within that says if people leave prior to the term of the agreement, we can deduct the balance of what may be owed to the county from their last 3 paychecks. So we have a little bit more ability to recover those dollars if people don't stay. But I don't know if we have actual current statistics on who has stayed with the original bonus amounts. Remember that they were, the crisis bonuses were $5,000, and these bonuses for some positions are higher.
Right.
So.
I remember it from some budget meeting. So,
Yeah.
You know, it's, at least it's an opportunity to encourage people to stay.
It is, and hopefully it will also help us fill some long-time vacant positions. So we have always struggled to hire psychiatrists and psychiatric nurses, but we are now also struggling to hire master's level clinicians, and that's that has a huge impact on our ability to provide care.
So now it's gone down to that level.
It has.
Are there other providers in Central Oregon qualifying for this, or is this just Deschutes County because of our designation as the local public health authority?
I believe there are other providers in the region that qualify. So Best Care would qualify as a COA, community mental health program. There are probably COA entities that also qualified. They tend to have a smaller, I mean, we have a large staff, so the amount of resources that we were eligible for was actually incredibly, surprisingly large. I don't know the amounts that were awarded to every single entity, but definitely community mental health programs around the state did apply, did qualify, and I'm sure received funds.
Are there any other questions for Janice?
You went through this with us in detail a couple weeks ago, and I don't have any further questions.
Okay.
Okay, is there a motion?
I'll move approval. I'll move approval of document 2022-574, an Oregon Health Authority grant.
And I'll second it.
Any further discussion? Well, I'm glad to know that the money is in our account.
It is.
So truly, if, yes. Anyway, Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
Commissioner DeBonne,
Yes.
and the chair votes yes.
Thank you, commissioners.
All right. Other items? Nick?
Chair Adair, we didn't know if Peter and Will, if you wanted them to address any of the comments made this morning regarding the residential care facility now, or if you'd rather have a separate discussion. So they stayed.
Thanks for staying.
Yes, thank you. Yes, if you want to address that, that would be excellent. It looked like it was from above.
Well, thank you for the opportunity. I guess I'll kick it off, and Will can do the play-by-play. Some context for the Somerset area. That property zoned multiple use agricultural 10. And in our development code, residential homes and residential facilities, those definitions have been in our code since 1991. They're taken straight out of state law, out of statute. And as the email that I sent to the commission with Commissioner DeBone's bringing that to our attention yesterday afternoon. The way the code is structured is anywhere where, any zone where a single-family home is a use permitted outright, the residential home and the residential facility are uses permitted outright. And that's coming out of the Fair Housing Act. Back in 91, and I think this has been a philosophy that the county has had for years, is anytime there's an opportunity to take advantage of new uses, Deschutes County would embrace those opportunities. What we found out today in doing some research, and Will and I coordinating at length, is that the way the statute is written today, the county could amend its code to preclude not residential homes, which are they're modest and they're set by state law, but there's a certain number of non-related individuals who need certain types of treatment. But for the residential facility, there's discretion for counties to preclude those locations in areas that are, where single-family homes are allowed outright as a permitted use. Where residential facilities have to be allowed is in zones where multifamily dwellings are permitted outright or conditional. So let me say that again. So there's discretion to the board, to counties, if they want to preclude residential facilities, which are the larger facilities, like the one that you heard this morning in the Somerset area. The counties can preclude those from areas that allow single-family dwellings, but they don't allow multifamily dwellings as permitted or conditional uses. Some things to think about that we've heard anecdotally, 100% anecdotally, is that there is interest in the community to explore residential facilities for veterans. Don't have a proposal, but we have had conversations, many conversations. There's another circumstance surrounding this type of use is Americans with Disabilities Act, the ADA. So I bring that to your attention. Obviously, it was palpable this morning. The residents in the Somerset area were quite annoyed. And let me circle back to the code, and then I'll let Will offer some remarks as well. The code really acknowledges that the applicants for a residential facility, in this case a drug treatment center, they don't have to disclose who and how and why they're treating certain individuals. I think that's protected under HIPAA, but that's under state law, and that's in our definition. And the last clarification I would make is there was some confusion or misunderstanding about they submitted building plans. Those plans, because of the scale and type of facility, they're reviewed as a commercial use. But that wasn't anything to do with zoning. That just has to do with the number of occupants, how the building is going to be structured. It's going to need to be sprinklered. So the residents, when they got onto Dial, and you and I talked a little bit about that as well, Commissioner DeLone, yesterday afternoon, is there was concerns that somehow this was a commercial use. And it's a residential use under our zoning codes, but the building plans the building has to be permitted under the state building code as a commercial building. So that's what I wanted to share with you. And then if you want to get into the nuances of the types of residential facilities, which state agency oversees them, I'm very grateful that Will had a conversation today with someone at the state and did a little more of a deep dive if you want broader context about that particular type of use and the type of, residents or constituents that can utilize them. So
Will,
Yeah, and maybe to reinforce what Peter was discussing, the statutory scheme is intended, certainly it's hard to locate these facilities, when people are in need of some sort of residential style facility, it can be hard to locate them. And the state set up a statutory scheme that created residential homes, and these are facilities that are licensed by the state for people who are in what I would call middle-term need of services. So they're not there on a nightly basis, but they're not anticipated to live there forever. And I can give you some more detail about that. So residential homes are 0 to 5 people who would be in the facility and in the home, and residential facilities are a larger scale that are 6 to 15 people. And the state, in the statutory schemes, mandated that counties treat residential homes the same way we treat them as single-family dwellings. So we're not given any discretion on how to approach those. The larger of the two, the residential facilities for 6 to 15 people, we are given discretion on how to handle those. And we're mandated where multifamily dwellings are allowed, so those are Tumalo and Terrebonne primarily in those communities. We're mandated to allow residential facilities where we allow multifamily dwellings, but we are not mandated to allow them in places where only single-family dwellings are allowed. So back in 1991, either under a different statutory scheme or because we chose it this way, we said that, yes, you can even put these larger 6 to 15 person facilities any place you can put a regular home. And so we, under the statutory scheme, we're more permissive. And so it would be allowed under the statutory scheme for us to, if we wanted to change our mind and say that we either would not want to see these in single-family neighborhoods or that we would want to see them as conditional uses with some additional sideboards associated with that. That's something that the scheme allows. In talking to a representative with Oregon Health Services, I asked a little bit about what these facilities are like, and as I described, they're for people having, they've been referred and screened by some medical health professional, typically a local hospital or a mental health professional or a doctor, and identified as someone who would benefit from being in a assisted living facility. And this could be, for drug and alcohol reasons. This could be, example came up if somebody was on, seemed like a self-harm risk and, had been identified by the hospital as not in need of inpatient care, not a threat to themselves, not a threat to others, or unstable in some way, that they would be referred to this sort of facility for temporary living accommodations, make sure they're taking their meds, make sure they're getting the food and the meals that they need. And the typical stays are about 3 months to 3 years as people go through these facilities. The residential facility can have skilled nursing staff there on a continual basis. They'll typically have counselors come into those, as well as I think those were the key staff that could come through there. Skills coaching. So sometimes people are in need of life coaching or other things that would, so professionals would come to these facilities and help out. These aren't methadone clinics, to the extent that people are having that type of drug problem, they'd be referred to a different facility. These aren't halfway houses, so it's not somebody, they got out of prison and they're looking for a place to stay for the night. These are people who've been screened through a medical process and directed to these facilities for some daily living assistance.
I wish we had asked Janice to stay. to listen to this item, because she could tell you all about residential treatment facilities and how much we need them.
Yeah, certainly. She would have a great deal of expertise. I'm one phone call in, so I hope I'm representing this all correctly.
And you should, to the extent that this issue becomes a bigger thing, I would definitely encourage you to pick Janice's brain about how to explain these facilities to people, because she's explained them quite a lot to a lot of people.
Yeah, to date, these have been a bit of a black box, but a pretty easy zoning question. Somebody came in and they said, here's our state license for either 0 to 5 or 6 to 15 people. We pointed at the code that said, yes, we'll treat you as a single family dwelling, go ahead. So that's, we haven't actually had to engage too intensely previously on these issues because of the permissiveness of our code as it's structured.
We're number 50 in the nation for residential treatment beds. And in fact, I know someone who had to send their son to Southern California for treatment. They said they couldn't find anything here. And not that that makes me think, okay, this is wonderful to put this in this neighborhood. You're saying that the Fair Housing Act, does that have precedence over everything else? The fact that we have to allow it in a residential area?
That would be my educated guess, that it spawned from federal legislation. The state needed to amend its laws. Obviously, there's the terms and requirements if there's under the zoning construct where multifamily dwellings are allowed, permitted or conditionally, that these types of uses they must be allowed outright if multifamily is allowed outright. So I think the impetus came from, I suspect, from the federal government.
Can I ask you,
Please.
Maybe you could short circuit some of this, but what triggers establishing a use when it's an outright permitted use in this case? So for instance, what I think I hear you saying is there may be an avenue to tighten up our current regulations, but I'm kind of wondering if they've done anything towards vesting their use.
This particular
property is going to be off limits.
100%.
I think that's what maybe the board needs to be aware of, is this is in the future for the next
Thank
one
you
that
for
comes down.
Correct.
These
The
folks are going to have to deal with what's in their neighborhood.
Correct. There's no way to preclude this opportunity because of the rules that we have in place today. Dave, thank you for that clarification. As you look forward, there are ways to regulate this use or subject it to conditional use requirements, because as Will noted, that it's a permissive use in those zones that are really customized for single-family dwellings. I think it's two other points, if I can make them quickly. While Tumalo and Terrebonne allow multifamily opportunities, there's not the infrastructure. I don't think we've ever approved a multifamily type of establishment. But could one establish a residential care facility in Tumalo, Terrebonne? I guess it's possible, but it would be subject to infrastructure the limitations that all of you are aware of. In talking to Chris,
sewer gets there.
Sorry?
Just wait till that sewer gets there.
Yeah, sewer opens up all sorts of opportunities. And then in talking to Chris Gracia, our assistant building official today, his recollection is we haven't seen many of these, just a handful over the last several years. So I just putting it into context, it doesn't diminish the frustration, the anxiety that your constituents expressed this morning about this establishment, this residential facility. And as Dave allowed us to further clarify, we don't have the ability to prevent that use from occurring because they followed the zoning construct that we have in place today, and they're obtaining their licenses from the state of Oregon.
What about the story, that they were a youth center or something, and the neighbors are all saying, no, families always, that doesn't matter? Where did that story?
That was a narrative that was in the materials in the building plans. I didn't see an entitlement for I don't know, hard to know what was, if that was allowed there, was it in alignment with our zoning? That would require some additional research. But what they're doing now is they're establishing a residential use in a zone that allows single-family dwellings as a use permitted outright. And so this is a subdivision, so it's a legal lot of record. And so Commissioner Gray, I can't validate the youth activity, or camp that might have been occurring there. There was nothing in the land use records that gave them that potential entitlement or not. So that may have been something that just they utilized, and no one complained or raised land use questions about that activity, but it has no bearing, as I understand it, based on what they're proposing officially today, as noted in the building plans and as they're respectfully requesting a building permit.
So you're saying we can't stop this one?
Correct.
Correct.
But we can change the law for the future?
Yeah, potentially. At least
This
They
is.
do have the HOA issue that they did
Right.
bring up, and there may be recorded agreements that deed restrict that property and those other properties, again, outside the scope of the county, but, it would certainly seem like there was tremendous amount of interest. I would think they could garner their resources and hire a really sharp real estate attorney that could probably help them with something along those lines, dealing with enforcing restrictions and deeds specific to, a homeowners association or certain rights that are collectively owned by all the other properties. That would be, I would think, their best avenue at this point.
Right.
And I don't know where it goes. I haven't seen the restrictions. I don't know what they say or don't say. But that would be where I would start if I were one of the folks living out there and I weren't happy with it.
Right.
Yeah, and I wanted to also ask, so there's, this, with our regulations as is, there, we can't prohibit this. And even if we wanted to pursue that kind of prohibition in areas where where not multifamily projects are not allowed in the future, that would be a blanket prohibition that also excluded a veterans facility or an ADA, a facility that served people who are ADA. We couldn't surgically say no substance use disorder treatment facilities, but a veterans facility is okay.
I mean, I don't know the answer to that. My gut tells me that you're singling out a certain use that the state recognizes as being eligible in a residential facility. Does that raise some discrimination? I think it's a binary. I'm looking at Dave to make sure I'm not getting out of line, but I think it would be a binary choice. You either allow a residential facility with the uses that are afforded under state law, as Will summarized, or you don't.
Yeah, state and federal law is definitely going to guide it, and if there's levels and nuances, we'd see that in the state law and the federal law that would have the applicability. I mean,
and the state defines what a residential, it's in statute, what a residential facility represents. So
because I mean, if that was our choice, well, you can pursue a prohibition for the future to address these residents' concerns, but you're then precluding all of these other kinds of residential facilities, some of which are things that we really need in our community. I would not be in favor of that, of pursuing that kind of a prohibition.
I was going to make light, we could put our relatively new assistant county counsel on the spot right now to get a perspective. I'm kidding, of course. But it's a very good question, and we thought about it, but the residential facility is defined in statute, so I gather it would be uncharted territory if you.
Yeah, I'd have to claim some ignorance on this one. This came across my desk with Peter's email yesterday at about 3 or 4, and that's the extent of time that I've spent on this issue. Will and Peter are way ahead of the curve on this one, and but yeah, I do know certainly through the Fair Housing Act and how those were applied at the various state levels. Those are pretty powerful pieces of legislation and law, and have pretty strong reach. So, and it sounds like regardless that in essence this facility would be, I don't know if grandfather's the word, but it would be, they've already established their use to the extent that you need to establish an outright permitted use. So to change the rules now would be kind of an ex post facto type thing, and we don't generally allow that. It's kind of the whole goalpost concept that the rules are what they are when you either apply, or in this case, since there's no application because it's an outright permitted use. So I was asking about, when do we deem it the use established or vested? Certainly if they have their state license, certainly if we heard they're making all kind of modifications to the structure. I think they'd have a real strong argument that they've vested their use to the extent that if you did change or disallow or somehow limit that type of use, that after the fact rule wouldn't have applicability to their facility. That'd be my analysis without really digging into it deeper. We certainly could, if that becomes a board priority to pursue this as some sort of a legislative fix or, task, we could certainly, and would, I'm sure in coordination with CDD look a lot deeper into that.
And in a conversation with the representative from Oregon Health, there was an understanding that jurisdictions, certainly can allow it, like we have in single-family neighborhoods. You could prohibit it, but there's also apparently a third path of putting sideboards on it. So you might say that, that we allow, because multifamily isn't allowed in this area, and because we're allowed to either allow or not allow these types of 6 to 15 person facilities in these single-family neighborhoods, we're going to put some sideboards on it. So we're going to make sure that parking's adequate. We might we might put it on lot sizes. You might say you need a minimum of 5 acres or some sort of setbacks from neighbors. In each of these, if you were to put regulations on it, you'd likely have to make good arguments on why these were reasonable and prudent given the nature of the use. But certainly, the contact at Oregon Health said that it's fairly common for jurisdictions to say that, this really, it isn't just a single-family residence when you have, full-time professional staff there, and making sure that parking, fire access, some things that you would take into consideration when you had other types of, permanently staffed facilities, that might be appropriate. So there was a spectrum of ways that governments typically respond to it.
What size of property is this one?
We can find out.
As you look at that, I think one other issue that was raised this morning, and I'm going to practice asking a question rather than answering it, given where I'm sitting, and is that a lot of people didn't know about it, or they had just found out about it. Can you just summarize, in the event that they watch this, what the notification requirements are, if any, for outright permitted uses in this or any zone?
I can field that one. So there are no notification requirements. This is a lot in the Somerset subdivision, and it is 5.02 acres, according to the assessor.
5.02?
So,
so to reiterate what you said, there's not a notification requirement. So
That's
people
correct.
express frustration that they had just found out about it, and they're upset. Well, I can look at the other allowed uses in the zone, such as non-commercial horse stables or operation and maintenance piping of existing irrigation systems. Those things also are outright allowed that would not require any notification. This falls in the single-family dwelling category, which does not require notification. So that's the reason that the county didn't reach out
yeah, and
or provide
specifically,
notice.
to Nick's point, is that the statutory scheme for notification, generally where a local government isn't required to exert any discretion. So if we say there's a rule that says if you are 5 acres, then you get a thing. Typically, we're not required to do notice for that. If for example, it says if you're compatible with the neighborhood, you get a thing. At that point, planners, hearings officers, boards are engaged in a discretionary decision about which reasonable people might disagree, and we're required to provide notice that we've made a choice. And in this case, because the statutory scheme says if you have your OHA license, then you can do this thing, no notice was required.
And I think it's important to read the definition too. This is in our code, and it mirrors state law. It says, in any application for a residential home or residential facility, the applicant shall not be required to supply any information concerning the existence of or the nature or severity of any handicap, as that term is defined under the Fair Housing Act, of prospective residents. So there's significant confidentiality that goes into it, and that's, again, this is being dictated at the state level to local government.
So in the big picture, I think this residential facility at 6 to 15 people, that does step past a kind of a residential use, and maybe an item we put in a spreadsheet in a work plan, just like we talked about a couple agenda items ago, to figure out what's the right thing for Deschutes County. As I say, the response and the how that information propagated around that neighborhood was unique. I just haven't seen it before. It's like, hey, what's going on here? And hopefully there's good facts on both sides of this, where there's an operator willing to do good things for community members that need help. So, what they're doing isn't a bad thing per se, but just the shock of seeing 10-person residential plus staff on site in your neighborhood, that's a big deal.
So how many are they going to have at this facility? Are they
Something like
going up to
10.
15? Will they go up to 15, though?
No, I hadn't heard.
I think I agree with Commissioner DeBonne. I think the building, in the plans, it articulated, I think, a number up to 10 residents with opportunities for nursing and whatnot. I could certainly go back through dial and email that to the commissioners.
I think it was just, verbally stated on a phone call yesterday that the person who's doing the application mentioned 10. So that was just what was said.
But is the license specific? I mean, do they get a license that says up to 15?
Oh, I don't know.
They have to get a license through the state of Oregon. I'm not sure that the state of Oregon has to share that with Deschutes County, however.
Okay.
Well, thank you for the opportunity to
No, thank you so much
respond.
for staying.
We knew this morning we all gathered that it was a very important issue, and obviously constituents who had legitimate frustrations and anxiety about this new use. So anyway, we can certainly put that on the work plan list, and if necessary, we can revisit it, and if, in coordination with legal counsel. But for right now, we'll set it aside, and unless there's more questions or comments or as issues arise. Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Thank you, Will. Any other items?
I think so.
Okay. Nick, did you have anything? Dave? Okay, good. All right, Stephanie, we will adjourn for today. What is the next meeting? Next Wednesday? Yes, next Wednesday.